All right, all right, all right. Welcome back to the True Crime Cafe, everybody. Great to have you back in the house with me tonight, guys. We are back in Idaho, as I said yesterday, with a wide open discussion, open panel, of course, and we're going to discuss these things. What went on back then? What's going on right now? What's the difference? Let's talk about it, guys. Welcome back. And that being said, you know the drill. Let's do our thing and get this party going. Here we go. All right. Hey, welcome back. Good to see y'all. Thank you for joining us again. Great to be back. Come on in, get comfortable, grab a seat. Let's do this thing. Sorry, guys. Come on. Looks like we got 48 peeps in the house so far with 26 likes. Guys, please, if you could, make sure to hit that like button when you come through the door. Share this out and let everybody know what we're doing tonight. Please and thank you. Come on in. All right. You know, I wonder. Hang on a minute. Sorry, guys. Come on in, guys. Grab a seat. Welcome back, everybody. Much appreciated having you all here again. So much stuff to talk about. So little time. I mean, I'm sure I could run for hours upon hours. I'm not doing that again. I did an 8-hour when we first did this. That's just too much. Sorry. Too much. Come on. Oh, 100%, Virginia. I got you, bro. I get it. Got it. It's good. Understood completely. One moment, folks. Let me see. Oh, and thank you to the Blue Crew for joining me tonight. Always appreciated. We know I couldn't do this without them. That's a fact. Come on in, everybody. 56 peeps in the house, 32 likes. We're getting there. Make sure you guys share this out and let everybody know what we're doing tonight. Please and thank you. Oh, absolutely. Also, yeah, guys, if you want to become a part of the sauce and become a meatball like the rest of us and jump on in here and spill this sauce with us every day when we do this, please feel free to click on these links here. That is, if you have an iPhone. And if not, you can click that one and it'll bring you right on in with the rest of us, guys. And that'll bring you into our Discord. You can hang out with us all day, all night, whenever you feel like it. Come on. Absolutely. Yeah, there we go. Let's see, who do we have here in the house with us tonight? Looks like Moonlit Baby. Welcome back to you. SRBBBBB. Chickbait, welcome back. Seahawks fan, good to see you. Alicia J, always a pleasure. Suzanne Smith, welcome back. We got to turn you green, ma'am. Got to get you green. Virginia Wolf, good to see you, my brother. Good to have you here tonight. Moonlit Baby, always a pleasure. Seahawks fans in the house. Miss Tandy, welcome back. Happy birthday, Tomboy's in the house singing the bird song. It is Tomboy's birthday, so please give her a little love, show her a little love, and let her know that we love her, and tell her happy birthday if you will. Let's see here, Mayhem and Miracles, welcome back. Good to see you. Good to have you here, guys. Please make sure to hit that like button on the way through the door. All right. Musical Contessa, such a joy to see you. Thank you for joining us. Wonderful to have you here. Thank you so much for being here. Noel, welcome back to you. Great to see you. Buenos dias, Miss Amy Conway. Hello. Noel. Got me wanting to sing Christmas songs. Let's see. Making sure I'm not missing anybody. Chick Bait, welcome back. Good to see you tonight. Stormy's in the house. Hello. Miss Wisdom Speaks, welcome back to you as well, ma'am. Thank you for being here. Let me see. Did I get everybody? Maybe not. Of course, Miss Alicia J. Lisa Wilson, hello and welcome. Thank you for joining us. Lisa and Cannoli, welcome back to you. It's great to see you. Love your show. I was just over at Dinky's. Oh, Dinky's live? I didn't know. Jesus. I didn't know Dinky was going live. Okay. He's on with Willie. Okay. There's Willie. Sit here disgusting. Well, to each their own, Miss Lisa, to each their own. We don't have to do that here. It happens though. Dagburn, Johnny Gobbles, Dead Ploozy Mama. Welcome back. Great to see you today. Thank you for being here again. You are appreciated. Let me see. Did I miss anybody up here? Maybe not. I don't think. Paula Fitzhenry, always a pleasure. Great to see you. Thank you for joining us. Guys, please make sure to share this out. Let everybody know what we're doing. Please and thank you. Hit that like button when you come through the door. It just takes a second. Leave a little bit of DNA there for me. And welcome back to all you awesome and amazing meatballs. And you know what? Even if you're not green, you've been here more than once, you're a meatball to me. That's all that matters. So, Hemisphere, my friend, welcome back, brother. Good to see you today. Uh-oh, you're getting sung to there. She's singing to you, Tomboy. Thank you. That was very nice of you, Miss Stormy. I don't know what I'm eating. I think my adopted daughter showed up here, decided she's going to use my house to make a seafood boil. So I'm going to be eating some of that, I guess. Minimalistic Hippies in the house. I love the name. Good evening to you. Thank you for joining us. Lacey Perry, welcome back to you. Great to have you here. Where is Eddie? Come on, Eddie. And Miss Wisdom, a new member. Welcome back to the sauce, Miss Wisdom. We love you and welcome back. Thank you for that. Yum. It does sound good, doesn't it? She doesn't. I don't know if she didn't want to cook it at her house or what. She brought it here to cook. So being that she's cooking it here, I get to eat it. So a little bit of whatever that sausage that starts with an A, I can never say it. Andouille or whatever it is, sausage, some shrimp, some other stuff in there, I guess. I don't know. Eddie, there he is. I knew he'd be here. Welcome back, brother. Good to see you. Thank God. Did you use your Maryland one? Yes. Did you sing to her that way, Stormy? Wonderful to have you here, Mayhem. Always a pleasure to see you. Thank you for joining us. I know, right? She didn't have to do that. Well, she's cooking for herself, but we get to, since she's cooking it here, we get to eat it. So I'm grateful. And my wife didn't have to cook. My wife is baking for somebody's cake for somebody's party, I guess. Come on down. 77 peeps in the house with 42 likes, guys. Let's see if we can make that match, please. And thank ya. It's another channel, chick bait. It's called Dinky, in my opinion. It's from the UK. Dinky's a good guy. At least last time I talked to him. I haven't talked to him in a long time. I know he went through some stuff, lost his father, which is very sad. I think he's a good guy. I think he comes from a good place. Come on in, everybody. Get comfortable, please. And thank you. Good evening, good morning, good afternoon, good night, whatever it is. I hope it's good for you because it's great to be here with you. I do appreciate you all so very much. Tiki Bar 55, welcome back to you. Well, we got a lot of white in here, meatballs. A lot of white. We got to make these people green. We got to make them green. Wonder if I have any in here. Let me see if I have any. Do I have any? I might not. Miss ADHD Stacy, welcome back. Good to see you. Thank you for joining us. I love your name. I really do. And I love your input. Miss Stacy's always got some very interesting input and insight into this. And tonight's the night. It is a wide open discussion. We're going to be talking about it left and right. I'm going to open the panel up, of course. And what happened, basically, I threw a topic out there. We don't have to talk about that topic, but what was going on back then and what's going on right now? Is there a difference? Did we notice anything? I don't know. We're going to find out. We're going to find out. How did you get behind? How are you behind, Miss Alicia? You want me to pause it? Kim Gonzalez, hello and welcome. Love your show all the way from Cali. Well, thank you. I love that you love the show. We love having you here. You got to make it permanent, Miss Kim. Now jump in that sauce with the rest of us. Become a member. CZ, welcome. Good to see ya. Running your errands. We got our teachers in the house tonight, Miss Tandy and Miss CZ. Thank you, and again, appreciate you guys so very much, and thank you for all you do for our children. Philip Hughes, welcome, Mr. Philip. Good to see you, sir. Hope you're doing well. Great to have you here tonight. Oh, I got you. It's okay, Alicia. We're not going nowhere. Grabbing a blanket, cookies, and head to the couch. Getting ready. Uh-oh. There you go. Well, I'm glad I'm entertaining enough for people to want to get comfortable and sit still for a while, because that's a good thing. You know, it could be that you're like, hey, I'm here. Hi. See ya. Bye. Some people do that. So such a pleasure to have you all here tonight. There's 73 peeps in the house, 49 likes. We're getting there, guys. Let's see if we can make a match. I'm just waiting a few minutes to see who all we got so we don't have to start over again. That's all I'm waiting on, guys. There was one more document dropped as of yesterday I found today, and I think it's just an order for stealing an exhibit is all it is, I believe. I'll show it to you. El Bariqua, welcome back to you. Great to see you. Come on in, everybody. Make sure you got that $sign. You click in there, turn that $sign on for gifting so you can receive a membership if they are gifted, because we had a bunch gifted out earlier today. I think we had Stormy gifted 10 of them and somebody else gifted a couple. So it's out there, guys. If it's there, grab it. Let it. Well, you can't grab it. It picks you. So, but if you get it, you can't get it unless you open up for gifting. That's all. Let me see something here. I really appreciate your comment, though, Kim. Tiki Bar, welcome to the sauce. We got 2 new meatballs. Congrats and welcome. You were gifted last week, Miss Kim. That's right. Congrats again. Dago, notice of appearance, too. Huh? What are you talking about, birthday girl? What do you mean? Let me see something here, you guys. Let me see something here. If I can, sometimes I get 50 on the likes. That's awesome, Albariqua. Hang on, y'all. Trying to see if I got my free one sent to me this month to send out to you guys. What was Contessa's question? What is yours, Twiz and Dago's opinion on the fourth guy on the Banfield? Webb applies Banfield, but he's off to the right. Oh, that's a good question. I'm not sure. I'll have to look at that maybe. It's an open discussion, so we have plenty of things to talk about. That's a fact. Hold on. So wonderful to have you all with us tonight. Now, we do have a new prosecutor to talk about. Oh, I can't pronounce it. Is it Hewitt, something like that? It's a special prosecutor they brought in for this. So we'll talk about him too and why. Hold on here. Let me see. Do we have anything available here? Let me see. Let's see what happens here. Nope, not right now. I don't. We'll get you some going. Let's see. I was hoping Sarge was going to join us tonight. He might be sleeping. Mainstream media sure won't be discussing Hushley Jennings. Oh, yeah. Interesting, huh? New mic drop. What are we talking about, guys? Yes, I did hear that Russell Brand was arrested and got some pretty serious charges put on him. Pretty wild, ain't it? Angel D, welcome back, Angel. Good to see you. Let's see. Yes, any topics you guys want to talk about specifically with this, we will. I'm going to drop the link here in just a minute to allow for you guys to join us up here. Just trying to make sure everybody was coming in. 107 peeps in the house, 56 likes. You guys rock and roll. We're getting there. Let's see here. I do have some questions. I'll say, like, I really would like to know after last night, especially, what did Dylan delete from her phone that they're going looking for specifically? They had to bring an expert in to break that down. All right, guys, the link is pinned. If anybody would like to join me, please do. If you're going to be new, please make sure you show me your face for like 3 seconds backstage. I just want to make sure you're going to show your face and not your waist. You don't have to leave the camera on once you show it to me. If you're a regular, you know what to do. You don't have to worry about it. Bam! Here they come, dropping left and right. Thank you, SRB, dropping 5 new memberships in the house. 5 new meatballs in the sauce. Hemisphere was gifted 1. Mayhem and Miracles. No, sorry. Simply Solo was gifted 1 by SRB. Whispers in the Shadows gifted by SRB. Kells 420 was gifted. That is so awesome. Let's see. We got 1, 2, 3, 4. Is that it? There should be a 5th one somewhere. Kells 420. Oh, you was gifted as well. So welcome all the new meatballs. We got 7 new meatballs already. And bang, boom, boom. There's Eddie. Welcome back, brother. Good to see you tonight.
Bing, bang, boom.
Bing, bang, boom. Welcome back, sir. Always an honor to have you here. I appreciate you joining us when we do this.
I think I covered it last night, but and maybe I was just speculating, but the more I was dwelling on it, I don't think it's a matter of Dylan deleting stuff.
It may not be. It may be some other things that.
Yes, some other agency was deleting stuff.
Mm-hmm.
That's
Very,
what this is.
very, very possibly, sir.
So,
Welcome, Horse.
know,
Good to see you, Walt. Walt Horse. Welcome. Sorry, Eddie. Go ahead.
say the investigator, in a right side up world, got a hold of Dylan's phone, which they would.
Yeah.
Of course, she's one of the last people to see.
Exactly.
She lives in the same residence. She's calling 911, so to speak. She's part of the party that's calling 911 anyway.
Agreed.
So you, as the investigator, would obviously get a hold of Dylan's phone.
Most definitely, sir. Most definitely.
And you would see, and you would have the ability to see that there was a lot of activity on the phone.
Mm-hmm. Is that something that needed to be deleted because it didn't fit into the situation at hand?
Yep. And the prosecutor has the obligation to turn over everything, and also investigate everything that is exculpatory.
Of course.
So the fact that this latest document is talking about potentially stuff that's been deleted, could it have been Dylan deleting stuff? It could have been, but it would have been found.
There's multiple angles and things that, yeah, I agree with you. Things would have been found. Tomboy, congratulations on your birthday. Also, your dig anniversary, 18 months, but I think it's been longer than 18 months, a whole lot longer. I think you're roughly over 24 months with everybody else because you came over with that whole crew. So congratulations, dear. Thank you so much for being part of this family, this community, and part of all of our lives in here. We appreciate you. And again, happy birthday today. Hope you're having a great day. Thank you again. Yeah, there's a lot of different opinions. I was with the mods in a little meeting earlier. We were talking about some other theories and some stuff and how things were then. Kind of what I threw it in the title today, and how things are today. We've always looked at this with our eyes to the side a little, if you guys know what I'm saying. Once we received that PCA and we started seeing things, we started looking into people and talking about things and situational stuff that fits in with this. I don't know. It's a little crazy. Happy birthday, Dagover. Same day, too. That's pretty wild, isn't it? It's a good day. So there's a lot of different things to look at and talk about. We've gone through the 911 call. We've looked at the text messages. I mean, even if we weren't, how can I say this? Because I was talking, like I said earlier, about a couple different theories of what a motive was behind the Patsy being put in play, we'll say, in my opinion. Okay. Why would somebody do that? Why would you need to do something like that? If there was something that happened, and I'll bring this up too to talk about because it was something that was brought up that, I remembered some names that came out way back when, and from the beginning, that we looked into. If anybody remembers the name Hudson Lindau, throw a 1 in the chat for me. Some of you guys are newer to this than others and may not, and I'll explain who he is. Welcome, Miss Bonnie. Lovely to see you tonight. Thank you so much for being here. Appreciate you very much. There was a name that came up pretty quickly in this case. It was brought up. Hudson died basically from drowning in a mud puddle. Okay. Well, I don't believe that's what happened, obviously. Most everybody that knows who he is doesn't either. There's obviously other things with him. And then there was a theory thrown out there because him and Ethan were very good friends. Okay. And again, today specifically, everything that we talk about, unless we tell you it's a factual statement, is absolutely 100% alleged and purely speculation, folks. Please understand that. But we'll tell you if we're talking about a factual statement. We'll throw it out there as a fact. But these are theories, opinions, suggestions, okay? Michelle E, welcome back. Alicia K-Dub, sorry, Alicia. Good to see you as well. Your favorite uncle, I haven't seen you in a long time. Thank you for joining us. He drowned in 2 inches of water, basically, sir. Yes. Wade Bird, good to see you. So yeah, guys, that name popped back up again. We were looking through some stuff, talking about some stuff, and like I said, it's known, very well known, that him and Ethan were good friends. You know, I'm sorry, but if I'm questioning how Hudson died, Eddie has questioned how Hudson died. Many of you have questioned how Hudson died, and in the amount. Granted, you can drown in a teaspoon of water. Not the way this went down, guys. Something's not right with it. And I'm sure if his friends are going to question it, well, if that was the case, that could be a problem. I have ideals as to what happened to Hudson, how it truly happened. It's well known that colleges participate in hazing at times and do certain things. And, well, sometimes those things get carried away, guys. It can happen. There's some people there that were known to be interested in waterboarding with the prospects and things like that. I can't think of their name right now with their pledges, sorry. Or for other, just parties get out of hand, things get out of hand, whatever you want to call it. We don't know that, but things happen. Okay, if somebody were to say, hey, I know what you did, I know he didn't drown because of this, that could upset somebody. And guys, I'm understand something about this town, this college, that I have realized from 2.5 years worth of research and investigating into the things here. I think Eddie can agree with this as well as everybody else that's in here. And we've talked about it before, but the city town of Moscow relies on the college, the University of Idaho. They rely on each other. Okay. More the town relying on the college. The college needs to exist for the town to exist, per se. Financially. And the college is very important. Very important. And it's a high profile college financially in that area, per se. Welcome, Miss Leslie. Wonderful to see you tonight. So there's a lot of money that's brought in by these families, the fraternities, and other people. Most everybody that we've talked about within this case, including the attorneys, the prosecution, the defense, the judges. Okay, you can turn your camera off, Diane. I see you. If you don't want to leave it on, I'm going to bring you up. There
okay, thank you.
Yes, ma'am. And Eddie, you came up here again. Are you up here twice, bud? You popped up backstage again. Did you lose connection or something?
So delete that.
Okay, I got you. I just wanted to make sure. I didn't want to pull. There we go. All right, welcome, Diane and Eddie. You're back. Good. So think about all the money that is donated from some of these families and people that have went to this school, the alumni, the people that go to this school. And like I said, everybody around here goes to this school. The judges have gone. The prosecutor has gone. The attorneys, all, like, everybody has gone to this college. It is what it is. It happens. So, like I said, though, the alumni from the school, their kids go and they donate money. A lot of these families have a lot of money. If that money were to stop because, or a name were to get put out there that could be damaged, these are things that happen in real life, folks. It's not a joke. It's not a conspiracy. It's real. Shit happens. Okay. So you got to protect things. You have to protect your investments. Think about it that way. Well, these are thoughts that I've had through this whole thing. And I've just wondered, and what, if you're protecting somebody, you still got to have somebody else to take the fall for this, in a sense, and shut it up, Also, people will make mistakes, and not everybody's going to agree with what I'm saying. I understand that. I'm just putting different angles out here. But, when you make a mistake, sometimes you try to find another way to fix it. Don't take that too serious. I'm just saying. So these are different things I've been thinking about, talking about. And again, we're in here for this too. Welcome, North Carolina Mountain Man, Soul Child, all of you guys. Thank you for joining us. Anyway, so we'll get to what I'm talking about here in bits and pieces throughout. Diane, again, welcome. Wonderful to have you here. I love your avatar. That's really cool. What can we do for you tonight, ma'am?
Well, to let you know, I'm Dagburn, Johnny Gobble's dead floozy mother.
And I thank you for having that name. I love it. Every day you come in here, I get to say it. It's absolutely wonderful. It's good to meet you.
Thank you too. I don't know if you know about Ryan Upchurch, but
I do. I knew where it came.
yeah,
I know where it comes from. Yeah.
yeah.
Yeah. Ryan's funny. He's a trip. And he's got good music. Very talented musician. But I knew the name and I saw it, but I just love saying it. It's hilarious. So thank you for being here with us when you join us. Appreciate
Oh,
you.
Johnny Gobble loves it. It throws him
Yeah.
into a tizzy.
I'll bet. Josie West, welcome. So what do you think, Diane? What are your thoughts?
Um,
Or Johnny Gobb, whatever you want me to call you, I will call you.
it doesn't matter. When I first read the PCA, I thought, oh, they got him. Then I read it again. I'm like, what? The statement, oh, he turned off his phone. But I'm thinking, how do you know he turned off his phone?
And they wouldn't know that soon either. You know what I mean?
No. And I think it's very odd. What was the president's name of the university?
Scott Green.
Yeah. I thought it was very odd that he was involved in everything.
Oh yeah. Big time odd.
For a while there, I thought, well, maybe he's a police officer. And then I did some checking and no, he's not.
No, he absolutely thinks he is. And I was just talking to some of you guys, if you were here, I think, and I remember Eddie, you even said it was strange that he shows up Scott Green has been involved in everything. He showed up at every press conference, every private law enforcement meeting that they've had about the case. He's not law enforcement. That's no different than you, me, or Diane showing up in there. As far as what we're qualified to be there for, he shouldn't be there, but he is. So yes, I agree with you. Absolutely, Diane.
I did some digging into Scott Green, and it's not good.
I bet.
There's some financial issues that just are like, what?
Mm-hmm.
But I think my personal opinion, if they honestly thought it was Brian Koberger, why didn't they go, hey, dude, can you come in for a minute and talk to us and let us swab your mouth and maybe take some fingerprints and
Absolutely.
hear your story? They did not do that.
Well, and I know what Eddie's going to say if I let him answer this, but I'm going to say it. It didn't fit the narrative.
No.
It didn't follow the story the right way. It wasn't time, like Eddie said before. They weren't ready for that. So,
no.
And I agree with that.
And
welcome, Doc, and Rhea Knightley, Josie West, everybody that is jumping in. I appreciate you guys so very much.
I think it's easier to blame it on one person than go, oh, well, this might have been, my opinion. I'm going to state that. More than one for illegal issues.
Mm-hmm.
And I'm not trying to throw any of the parents under the bus because they lost children, and my heart goes out to them. I don't know what I would do.
Absolutely.
But their sentencing, was, like in Indiana, if you just have a little drop of meth on you, 10 years.
Oh, I know. It's rough. There's no joke. Right.
Automatically, you're gone. I know a girl who's gone for 65 years.
Wow. That's a lot. Yeah. For drug, they don't play. I agree with you.
And that was her first offense.
See, they're not playing with a lot of places with that. Thank you so much, Leslie, for that. God bless. We love you, dear. And
but Idaho, they have even stricter sentencing laws than Indiana.
I've heard that. I have heard that. Yeah.
And for somebody who has a record,
mm-hmm.
a lengthy record, to go, oh, okay, well, and to walk out of the courthouse on probation. When
I saw that. I know what you're talking about too. Right.
When both of them, and like I said, my heart goes out to them. They lost children. Just walked right out of that courthouse. I have some knowledge of certain groups.
Right.
And when they send a message, it was that, they would just go after the person who did it.
Sure.
Who ratted.
Unless they're being protected by law enforcement. They can't get
Yes.
to them. Right.
So they switched their methods.
Of course.
They went after family members.
And that very well could be. That very
Yes,
well.
and it's just my opinion.
Of course.
I could be wrong. I think it's easier to go, oh, it was just one person. That was it. Nobody else.
Well, and here's the thing. Let me agree with you, because if this were to be, say, 3 people were involved in this, to bring them all together, to do the trial, to do this, to do that, and everything else, it's going to be a lot. It's going to cost a lot of money. All of the investigation sources and all that, that's too much. And it's easier just to grab one person, drag them in, boom, it's done. You don't have to go through all the other. I agree with you on that as a statement. Yes, I can agree with you.
There was a family, I do believe it was in California. A family member of theirs had ratted.
Mm-hmm.
They went to the individual's family's house and slaughtered them. There was a baby involved. The woman tried jumping over a fence to protect herself and the baby. And I don't agree. Let me say this. I don't agree with their methods at all. But that is their methods.
I can fully understand. And being that you brought that up, Diane, today myself, this has not happened just once in Idaho, guys. There's another case that I can show you that this happened before, almost identically the same style. I'll say style, where they proved that the person that this is in Moscow, mind you, a woman was shot and killed, shot twice, once in the head, once in her chest, and killed. And there was proof. They had proof and showed proof that the person that they had taken into custody didn't do this.
Yeah.
He was still prosecuted. This has happened before in Moscow, folks.
Yeah.
We also have what happened with the Idaho State Police in Moscow. So this is not new to this area, okay? So go ahead. Sorry to interrupt.
The touch DNA or the transfer DNA, I was raped back in 2017.
I'm so sorry.
Oh, thank you. And I brought up, I said, what about my shorts, my shirt? He touched it. It's touch DNA. And the police officer said, well, maybe, just maybe. And then I met the prosecutor, and he said his lawyer will get that thrown out in a heartbeat. And his lawyer did get it thrown out in a heartbeat.
That's disgusting.
So I don't understand, and there was more touch DNA on my clothes than what they have on Brian Koberger.
And they had that thrown out. That's so sad. I'm so sorry.
It's okay. Karma caught up with him.
Well, there you go. I do believe in that. That is a fact.
But I am totally, like I said, there was more touch DNA on my clothes than they have for Brian Koberger.
Well, and that is why, and again, I know Eddie would agree to this. That is why that at this point now, with everything I've seen, I do not believe truly with what we've seen, what we've talked about, knowing that they sent a swab, not a sheath, a swab to be tested. I'll say this, and I'll say this comfortably, and this is in my opinion, yes, but I'm comfortably saying this, that I don't believe his DNA was on the sheath. Okay? I'm going to say that here and now, I do not believe his DNA was on that sheath.
I think his name was out there way before they ever said anything, before they say they knew about him. There's ample opportunity to touch his door handle on this car, his office, his apartment.
Yes.
And it's just too much.
Well, I mean, Eddie, correct me if I'm wrong, because I know you have like maximum notes here, but the day that Brian was arrested in Pennsylvania, they swatted his house. That same day wasn't Don serving the search warrant on his apartment at the same time? Or
Yeah, I think so.
okay, so they were in that apartment
Hmm.
that same day that they arrested him. Okay, I'm just gonna say that and leave that there. You guys can take that for whatever you want.
A
And
very convenient way to take DNA and then send it off. I do, I look. I have nothing against police officers. I'm sure they help somebody out there, but the ones I've run into, once they get their like tunnel vision, and it's all they can see.
yes, ma'am, I
And
agree.
I have, you know, in Moscow, I mean, I'm sorry, the crime scene, the very second it was contaminated. There, I mean, people in and out of the house, even law enforcement, nothing on their feet, walking in with their shoes, their hair, it was, and I'm like, what is going on?
Absolutely, yes, ma'am. Agreed.
It just,
The scene was not secure as it
no,
should have been at all, in my opinion. When it wasn't secured when it should have been. They didn't secure the people that were connected to the scene.
no.
They had the two other roommates mingling amongst how many other people that showed up over there, and then they sent them all to the same hotel basically that night to stay together.
And I've caught a lot of crap, but Dylan, I, there's just I for them to have go through her phone and her dad's phone and find deleted videos and pictures. Those pictures and videos aren't of her at an amusement park or her and a friend posing for a picture. I mean, that's irrelevant to the case.
Yes, that is true. Very true. I agree. Welcome, Charlotte. Um, and okay, Sherry, no worries. Michelle Apple, welcome to you. Yvonne Poole, good to see you. Simply Solo, welcome. Anybody I haven't spoken to, I will catch up. I promise. Sorry, go ahead.
It all stinks. I mean, if you, and I know this has been said, but if you add up everything they have, they just, and a mask, I mean, that he bought in Pennsylvania. And I'm not even sure that he bought a K-bar knife. Maybe his dad did,
Right.
you know,
There was a family account. That's true.
so I, 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 I think they're going to, have a hard time on that one because you're right. It's a family account. Uh,
Agreed. That's true. I
you
want
know,
to see a receipt. I want to see how it was paid for and by who. I agree with you.
and you know, no, and we don't even know that it was a K-bar knife that done the damage.
Very true. Very true. They're only basing that on the fact that there was a sheath that was placed there, as Ann stated, and that's what they found. So yes, I agree.
Now, see, here's my thing. They did search his apartment, right?
They searched his up, yeah, and Eddie found the date, which was December 30th. Brian was his arrest date in Pennsylvania was the oh shit, it's in my notes. I don't have the exact date. I can't remember right now. It was December 20 29th. Was it 28th or 29th?
I think it was the 29th.
Okay,
It
I
was
believe.
shortly after Christmas.
Yeah,
They they obviously did not find a K-bar in his apartment or his
29th. Thank you, Ray.
his
You're right.
office.
Right,
They obviously did not find a K-bar knife at his mom and dad's house.
right. They do have a knife they found there that they did not when they logged it. It was undescript. It was just knife.
Yeah,
They described the other one, but there are the other ones. That one was undescript. I don't know what that was. I don't believe it was a K bar. Or they would have stated and described it as a K bar. So, um, all
I
right,
think if they had found a K-bar knife in the
they
home,
would. Yes,
it would have been listed as a K-bar knife.
Right. Okay. So yeah, the arrest was the same day as the warrant serving and the apartment. So just hold that in your mind, guys, because I'm telling you, when I found out that the swab was sent over and not the sheath, it just made me start thinking, big time thinking. That's all I'm saying.
Do we know if uh, the the snap is brass or
It is that we did a whole show on that 2 years ago.
so it
How
is brass?
yeah, and it will not. It'll degrade
Yeah,
on there very quickly because it is brass. So
yeah.
yes.
It will destroy any DNA whatsoever. So I find it. I don't believe that. Like I said, I just don't believe they found his DNA on it.
I agree with you.
They like I said, they was in his apartment, they was in his office, ample opportunity. Just my opinion.
Well, they
To
went, Diane, they went through his car, his office, his apartment, and his parents' home.
yeah,
All of that was taken they went through everything. So anything, and I mean anything, can be swabbed with DNA, in my opinion.
there was a caller on. I'm kind of hesitant to say his name, but T-Rev, so you can take it for what it is. um, it was a woman who lives in Pullman, Washington. She worked in like a restaurant type thing. And she swears that Enon Harsh, Brett Kopaka, and someone else was in there planning the murders of the unenlivings. I'm sorry.
You're okay. You're fine, and I've heard that before. You're not the first person to say that. I've heard it before.
And my mind, I'm still, and Enon Harsh, there's just something um, about him that, I mean, he knew exactly whose bedroom was what and what path to take, and sliding glass doors. And this is coming from a man who said he only met them once.
Right, right. Absolutely.
And I
Absolutely.
do believe he was subpoenaed by the defense.
He was initially, and then that was all. It first he was, and then that was canceled because they went to the grand jury. So that was for the preliminary, and they canceled that because of the grand jury that they brought in. So
But I am totally confused. You find blood on a handrail. That is that's very reliable DNA. Then you find DNA in a glove and on a glove outside,
hmm
and you do absolutely nothing with it.
yeah, yeah. Some that's quite it. That's another problem. Sarge even talked about how you could have swabbed the inside of these gloves that were found for DNA, and it seems as though that was never done. So another
Diane, do you have any opinions on why they wouldn't have done anything with those two DNAs?
My personal opinion, I think they already know who did the individuals, and it wasn't just one who did it.
Yeah.
And you won't, I mean, let's be honest. The university is that hometown's income. I mean, students there, they spend money at a restaurant, coffee, clothes, whatever. It comes from the restaurant, or I mean, the university. You want to, if they were honest and said, hey, look, it wasn't just one person who did it. If my theory is correct, that would scare the whole town
mm,
because drugs also help supply Moscow and Pullman. I mean, they're college towns.
well, we looked into that today, and there's a lot of rug activity, and there has been ongoing for it
Mm-hmm.
still is to this day. So yeah, that's a very true statement. I'll say that. So
The
So
only trouble
oh, I'm sorry.
the only trouble with that is So the investigators know that, let's just roll with the theory that there's two real perpetrators to this crime because of the two unknown male DNAs that they didn't look into. And investigators know that. They know the identity of those two. And then they've put the crime on an innocent person. The only trouble with that theory would be what happens when they get caught. The investigator. I mean, how many, like, who's involved with making that decision, and won't they look foolish and corrupt and get in trouble, prosecuted, thrown in prison themselves once they do get caught doing that?
Well, on this case, I don't think they're going to get caught. So
I agree with that in this case.
They, in my opinion, this ain't the first time. I live in a small town, and I think maybe out of 20 police officers that we have for Mooresville, 2 of them are decent. The rest are not. They don't make that much money. They really don't. And if you have a side income coming in that is very lucrative, very financially up there, more than what you make, it's easy to get sucked into it.
Let me interrupt for one moment, guys. I'm so sorry. This will be real quick. Thank you again. SRB gifted 5 more memberships. That's so amazing. Very generous, and God bless. I appreciate it. Glenda SD, Hunter's Moon, Jennifer McLaughlin, Sherry, and the Royal We all gifted new memberships. Welcome to the sauce. We have 12 new meatballs jumping in the sauce with us tonight, guys. Again, SRB, thank you so much, love. I appreciate that so very much. So very generous, and God bless. Sorry to interrupt, guys. Go ahead.
So, go ahead, Diane. Sorry.
Oh, no, go ahead.
Okay. So, I would agree with you that they don't feel like they're going to get caught, which suggests one thing only, and that is that they're all on board.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I mean, they will get caught. I mean, everybody gets caught. You break the law, you can go a period of time and go, oh, well, I'm doing so good right now. And then that one time it goes wrong, and they get caught.
Whether it's that they're caught or if it's brought to the truth is brought to the surface is what may happen at some point, in my opinion.
Yes.
Thank you so much, Marcy.
And I know, Dago, you've mentioned in the past that you struggle with this, to try to envision something, corruption, that is so big that it involves so many. But do something, if that is difficult mental gymnastics, do something more difficult. And that is, imagine corruption being on a very small scale. And let's just say that there's only one person involved, right? Just because it's a smaller number, that would make it all the more difficult, because there's a point on the chain of command where it's going to get caught, right?
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
So which is it? It's either going to be a small conspiracy, or it's going to be very big and include everybody.
And it can, based on theories and whatnot. Welcome, Sarge. By the way, good to see you tonight, sir.
Hey.
So, like I said before, like what the statement you brought up that I had stated, to imagine everybody being involved, no, okay. But like I said the other day, there's pawns that are in situations like this. We now know that there was lies upon lies upon lies upon lies given to us, okay, and the world on this. So that's what it is. Now, not everybody has to know. That's another thing, another way to look at this too, Eddie, based on something you said that made me think about this the other day, that not everybody has to know exactly what they're doing is wrong per se. And that's why I said I believe that some people are pawns in situations like this as well, meaning they're just doing their job. They're doing what they're told. They don't question these things. They don't see it. They don't see the background of what's going on per se until after the fact, maybe, and then realize, whoa, okay. But at that point, what are you going to do? You're going to come out and say, hey, no, you're not. Or they all are there and they all do know what's going on per se, and it's just what they do. And like I said to you guys earlier, there was the case that Sarge actually brought up the other day that Officer Tollison was involved in, of the doctor that was framed per se. The case that I can show you right now, that happened in Moscow, where a woman was shot twice and killed, and there was proof that they had somebody else did it, and they still convicted this other guy. This has happened in this town more than once, folks. So it's not a big damn deal to think about. You know what I mean? So just saying, it all makes sense.
I think the definition of corruption has kind of been skewed.
Yeah, well, yeah, a little bit.
I don't think corruption is any of these policemen are doing anything intentional. I think the corruption comes from the fact that they have been trained, and the examples that they've learned from are that they're judge, jury, and executioner. And so they'll explain away, just like a lot of people will if you're talking about Koberger, a lot of people will explain away things that may even be damning to Brian. And then those that see things that are show Brian isn't involved, they just blow him off. It doesn't fit their narrative.
Wow.
And it's that narrative, that tunnel vision through narrative, that a lot of policemen are trained to behave, and they don't even know they're being trained improperly. So when Black Lives Matter screams systemic corruption, that's what they're talking about. And so I think you'll see a lot of these cases. There's no protection of drug dealers. They're not trying to, please the mayor. They're not part of some underground crime. It's just the training of how these people have been trained to be the policemen that they are, how they view the world differently than you and I, how their superiors handed off to them through their actions, how things are supposed to be.
Mm-hmm.
And you end up with that complex of judge, jury, executioner, where they'll look at something and 10 other people will look at it and come up. There's 10 people say, this is what that is. And the cop will say, no, you don't know what you're looking at. This is what it is.
Sure.
You see? And
yeah,
so even in the opposition of big numbers, the cops will still stick to what they view to be the right answer.
That still doesn't satisfy, why they didn't look into the 2 unknown male DNAs, the blood.
Two.
Yeah, there's more than 2, Sarge believes, Eddie, at this point. I think, would you say 7 or
Eddie,
8?
there's 8 DNA samples in this case. There's 3 under a fingernail. There's 2 on the knife sheath. There's 1 on a railing. There's 1 on a pair of gloves. But and the inside of the gloves has never been mentioned.
Right.
Regardless of how many.
I didn't hear him.
The point is that doesn't fit with your theory, is all I'm saying.
Sure it does.
Yeah, it does.
Sure it does. Well, they know the guy with the on the snap buckle. They've chosen that guy as he's the winner of their determination. He is the guy, happens to have a white car, and they connect ancillary dots, and this guy becomes their focus. And then eventually, within a short period of time, the only possible person that could be there, so why test the DNA? We know it's this guy. We got a phone, we got a car. And even though Brett Payne admits that this stuff was done by multiple people, that's the worst thing you could do for an investigation. You can't have multiple opinions on your work, or you'll never accomplish anything. So I think it does show that tunnel vision, that training that's just inadequate. Why would you have 6 or 10 or 12 investigators giving one guy information in the context of that information? That doesn't make sense to me if you're really trying to get down to the nitty gritty of what's going on. If you were the lead investigator, I would expect you to have investigated every single lead, every single referral, every single thing any policeman brought you, Eddie. I would think you would examine it for heads or tails.
Thank you, SRB.
So
would I be mistaken on that?
Yeah, I'm going to disagree with you, and I'm not trying to be argumentative, but
no, that's cool.
So the prosecutor is involved with that too. He knows that there's a exculpatory information, evidence against Brian Koberger, and Brian Koberger is not the guy. And the prosecutor is good with this law enforcement work that you're saying that they're just doing it by rote. They're trained to do it this way.
I think what you're not making is it's actually the prosecutor that determines whether what you got is valid or not. So the police do the groundwork, but it's the prosecutor that assembles the case. And so that's from that leadership down is where the interpretation of the case is made by the prosecutor, not the policeman. Is that fair?
I understand all that, but
okay. So
he's
if
got
Bill
a case
Thompson
that he can't win
decides
now, and he's going to look foolish litigating it, standing in front of everybody and make a fool out of himself. He would not.
I don't know. You got to by a grand jury, Eddie.
Well, I mean, they're going to get their conviction here, but that doesn't mean that this is a right side up world. This.
Yeah, and that we agree.
We're not going to, I'm sure, see the same on this one.
There was a federal grand jury before the grand jury, and the federal grand jury got nothing.
Say again, hon. I barely heard you.
Oh, hold on.
That's okay.
Can you hear me now?
There's going to be some points that people are going to disagree upon in here. I mean, in the end, we all agree.
They're small.
Yeah,
I don't think they're big rifts. They're not Grand Canyon disagreements.
No, not at all. I mean, we're going to see things in different ways, and obviously, but in the end, it all comes out that it's still bullshit. You know what I'm saying? So, but no, I mean, all right. Let me ask you this way. So, obviously, Sarge, you don't believe that this is a what was I going to say? I just lost my whole train of thought.
An intentional framing of Brian Kohlberger?
Yeah, there you
go. No, I don't believe that's what this is at all.
Okay. And like I said,
go ahead. It's easier to calm the whole town. They honestly thought it was going to be in Latah County, and a conviction was guaranteed, no matter what they had. When they went to the grand jury, they had nothing.
They had nothing when they went for the probable cause warrant. There's nothing in there that says that this man did it.
No, there's nothing there that says he got out of his car, walked in a back door or a front door, and unalived.
Well, there's that. Not only that, there's plenty of information to say that they can't know that.
Yeah,
his phone didn't report to the network, but they relied on suggesting to the court and manipulating the court and stating they have suspect vehicle 1. Mm-hmm. And the vehicle they picked for suspect vehicle 1, they didn't divulge to the court, was one of 2 vehicles that left that apartment complex at 2 different times, 2 minutes apart. And the one that left later, or even first, went 7 minutes south. That was Kohlberger. So, you know, the thing is they fit a narrative. I don't know if they're doing it because they're targeting this guy, or they're just fitting a narrative because you know, they have this idea that I'm always right and everybody else is wrong.
Okay, the question Dago asked you a moment ago that you answered, I believe you said, no, you don't believe that this is an intentional framing of Kohlberger at all.
Right.
Did I get it right? Pretty much.
Right. I don't see that as an intent to frame.
Yeah. Okay, now it makes sense because, see, you and I were, our ideas are vastly different. They are as far apart as East is from West. So that makes sense now. We just have a different mindset on that.
And there's nothing wrong with that.
Yeah.
I think what happens is that there's so many different hands in the pot, and the narrative is being built, and someone's directing the narrative that they want built. But I don't believe they're doing that to cover up for drug dealers, or the college, or for the governor, or for now that does happen. Don't get me wrong, but I just don't see. I see so many police behave in this manner where that judge, jury, executioner, and it's easily witnessable when they go by you at 65 in a 30-mile-an-hour zone. They don't.
This whole case, this whole proceeding, so to speak, you think it's authentic? Like, do you have any predictions on the judge's rulings on these motions in limine?
Guys, I'm going to step away for about 30 seconds. Keep going. Don't stop. I'll be right back, and I can still hear you.
It's rather hard to predict what a judge is going to do because, you know, if you're just looking for the letter of the law, which Hitler seems to be always trying to point at, and he does have a point when it comes to a suspect with DNA. If you've identified DNA, that person is a suspect. But I also think that he's predetermined in his view of this case, and I think that's always dangerous. And this is to me, I think he might be a big example of what I'm trying to show. Is that once people commit to a particular line of reasoning, nothing will break them from that line. And that's what I think here.
But a judge should always be unbiased.
Well, look at Delphi.
Right. No, I just don't disagree with Eddie. To me, a judge's only purpose is to make sure that the constitutional limits placed on the prosecutor and the government are maintained. That's his first and foremost, his only job. His secondary job is to make sure you're not bringing in case law from some candy store robbery into your murder, right? So he wants to make sure the defense is on track with the case that's in front of them.
I know there's a lot of motion in limines, but I'll just throw one out there, like the dollhouse exhibit.
Mm-hmm.
Do you think that should be allowed at trial?
No.
In hindsight, I don't think they should have ever taken the. Sorry, Diane, you go ahead.
No, I don't think it should be allowed. I don't think they should have ever torn the house down.
No, I agree with Diane 100%. I think that was a huge mistake. I think the defense should have fought that. And if it were going to be torn down, then I would have said rebuild it somewhere unknown for the jury to walk through it, because that house has such peculiarities in its floor plan that I think it would be extraordinarily helpful. Even if, let's just say, you were of the mindset that Brian was guilty, that floor plan would be very helpful in plotting out for the jury and putting the jury in that home, the movements of what you say Brian Koberger did. I think it would be good for both sides.
We've all read both sides of the argument about the dollhouse exhibit, and
Judge are going to allow it.
We all have our own opinions on which way the ruling should go, but if he allows that at trial, if he rules in favor of the state on that motion in limine, in other words, what would your reaction be? Fair? Would he be fair, or would he be siding
Depends on
with
what case law. It depends on the case law that he refers to.
Mm-hmm.
But that's the prosecution wants to use that as a visual aid for the jury, and I would much rather it be a digital aid with a TV like mine, 85 inches. I'm bragging now, Eddie. And that the people are walked through the home with real imagery that was brought from that house and assembled on a screen, rather than that dollhouse, because the dollhouse to me mitigates the difference in the height between Dylan's floor and the living area floor. And to me, I think that's a crucial piece of information.
I agree with that too.
What do you something think nefarious with the prosecution not having an entire 3D imagery of the whole interior of the house? They only have 2 rooms. Do you think there's something suspicious behind that?
Yeah, that should be inadmissible.
Yeah, I agree with that.
Unless the purpose, but again, that's admissible if the purpose is to show the locations and the rooms themselves for any argument that they were in fact killed in those rooms and found in those rooms. If that's the way you're going to present that information, then that may in fact be admissible.
But the whole house, in my opinion, the whole house needs to be seen and walked through, not just for the specific crimes, those 2 rooms, like Eddie said, the whole house. You need to be able to see the back door and hear things. And like you said, Sarge, the difference in the height of the floors and things like that. Mm-hmm. But all they're having there is those 2 rooms specifically. And, hey, JC. Sweet and salty, welcome. So I think, Eddie's saying here, go ahead, Eddie, with what you were saying. I gather what you're saying is there's something suspicious about that. It's absolutely...
What if there was a cleanup? What if the struggle began in like a common area, the hallway, living room, whatever, and there are signs of that? It seems suspicious that there's only 2 rooms shown, and the narrative is that they were sleeping in their beds.
Right.
See,
yeah,
and I agree that it's suspicious, Eddie. I think it's suspicious, but I don't think we as people give enough. We don't give enough credit to tunnel vision, and that's what these people are trying to support. Their view of events, because they don't know either, regardless of what they've shown the public, and regardless of what we keep discussing, they don't know if he did it either. Nobody does except Brian. Because there is no hard evidence to pass that test of beyond a reasonable doubt. Do you think that's a fair statement, Eddie?
No, you and I would be separated again.
Yeah, you're both on different levels with this. It's
yeah,
okay though.
it's far from the east is to the west. They know he didn't do it.
I don't think I don't perceive that, and I can't really get my head around that, only because of my experience with law enforcement and a lot of the things that I've seen and actually been involved with, and that you see even on the internet, people wrap their head around something and they refuse. Now, I will accept what you're saying if there was a key piece of evidence that was undoubtedly part of a frame-up job. I would happily accept that as intentional, and they're all knowledgeable of it, and they're all working together on it. Where I suspect what's most likely, maybe because I give humanity more credit than people would expect me to, but I think these people work in a bubble. They see themselves unlike you, me, Diane, Dago, or anybody in that chat room. They are the law. You're just a citizen, Eddie. So am I. And their views are what matter to them. And they don't double check themselves for accuracy. That's really not their thing. They come up with a theory and they run with it.
So if you had proof that there's a frame-up job,
I accept it. Yeah.
Yeah, but see, hasn't the defense all along been trying to show us that? Like, look at the most recent filing, this amended notice of filing declaration in support of defendant's objection to the state's motion in limine regarding text messages and testimony, which is where we learn about the declaration of Josiah Roloff.
Oh yeah, Mr. Roloff. Yeah.
So that, we don't know what he has to say, but we can infer from what we're reading on page 2 here is there's deleted information on these cell phones, right?
We already knew that, I think, to some extent. But yeah, I see what he's doing. I talked about that today in my stream.
So, I mean, we have been all along shown and given little hints, at least, that there is a frame going on here.
I don't know that his information. See, look, I think you're right. Let me give you this. You're right that it's a frame job. What I'm saying is, and more closer to the east and west, they have to separate somewhere, Eddie, right? So if we're going to look at a map, the center of the map, you go one way, I go the other. That would be our east-west divide, right? But I think we're somewhat closer to the center point in that, yes, this is a frame job, but I don't think the frame job is based on any solid kind of criminal cover-up. I think this is the way these people work. I think their system is broken. And I think the tunnel vision combined with ignorance, combined with multiple sources of information being given to one idiot, is the framing is, in other words, it's not a coordinated effort to accomplish the goal of convicting Koberger. Their understanding of Koberger is he's guilty, and so they pick and choose what evidence they're going to use because that's all they can see. That's how they were trained.
Well, with that being said, Sarge, because I get where you're at. I get where Eddie thinks he does.
And I get where Eddie is. I see where he's saying. What do you think they framed them for, Eddie?
That's
why do you think they targeted him? Yeah.
With what you were saying.
Well, they framed him because they know these unknown male DNAs that are in the house, regardless of how many. That's not the point that's at issue. They know who the perpetrators are, and they know that they have to frame Brian Koberger because if we were to learn, if society, if the public was to learn the identity of who really did it, then that wouldn't be the end of it. Those are bottom feeders. Whoever actually did the quadruple homicide, that is, you identify them and the case is not over. It has just begun, and it's going to lead to much, much bigger, higher ups, people involved. And that, of course, we're talking about corruption at the highest levels.
I don't think I look, Ann Taylor, all she has to do is get one person to go, I don't think so. And after that, which I think he will be found guilty, and that's very sad.
I agree.
But if he is not found guilty and he walks, his life is destroyed anyway. I mean, it is destroyed. But there's not any evidence to go after anybody else.
Right.
They tore the house down.
That was done on purpose, Diane. I feel like they didn't look for anybody else. They didn't play into anything else because they didn't need to. Sarge, let me throw a little theory at you real quick. I was talking about with some of the mods earlier today, and it just made me think pretty hard on this. So you remember, Sarge, a while back, and that one of the biggest issues I have is why they went to Brian, period. But we're going to get back to that in a minute. So this theory that I was talking about, it's kind of a theory, okay? Is you remember that name that got dropped early on, Hudson Lindau, Sarge? You remember him?
No, I don't.
Okay,
I'm bad with names.
It's all right. It's all right. Anyway,
took me years to get Dylan and Bethany figured out.
He supposedly died by drowning in 2.5 inches of water. Okay, like a mud puddle per se. Anyway, he was in the frat. He was really good friends with Ethan. So just on a whim, again, everything we talk about when we're doing this is purely alleged, absolute speculation. So he died, passed away. He's gone. He was friends with Ethan. He was part of the fraternity, all this other stuff. Okay. I mean, this was a bad situation. So, I mean, it's not the first time something like this has happened. We've looked into many of them because of different things with this case. So and I'm just using this as an example for one, but anyway, so, you know, Ethan's not a dumb kid, very smart kid, actually. And he sees things going on around him, so on and so forth. What if he were to say, hey, you know, there was a fight that night, mind you, when he went to that party, and he knows something. That's what the fight was about, an interaction. You know, he confronted somebody and said, yo, you know, this was my friend, so on and so forth, blah, blah, blah. I'm going to the cops. I know what really happened. And then all of a sudden, the shit hits the fan and this big deal goes down. It's like, wait a minute, you know, now the people that are involved in this situation, like I was saying earlier when we first started, there's a lot of people that donate money to this college, big money families that their kids go here, and they're important people. So, quote unquote, frame job situational stuff would be something that you would cover up somebody of importance to you that would, if they disappear or if they're not involved anymore, it's going to take a hit. The college is going to take a little bit of a hit, maybe. And I did look into these people that were supposedly involved in this a couple years back, and it does make a little bit of sense to me as to why certain people would be protected. You know what I mean? In some senses, and that's how I could see this going down that way.
Listen, I can accept that this is a cover up for the real perpetrators that are connected to people within some of that community. I can't discount it. Wait a minute. I also can't discount the kids on the band field. I can't discount the people at the grub truck. I can't discount the frat. I can't discount the drug connections to that house. I can't discount so many things that's kind of why I try to avoid them.
Sure.
Because look, they make solid sense and they're reasonable. It's not like you're coming in here and saying that Bigfoot carried Casper the Friendly Ghost to the back door, or you're like that TikTok guy that says someone parachuted onto the deck. So here's what I'm saying is there's dozens and dozens of reasonable explanations to what could have happened that night.
Right.
But what's really in front of us is an accusation against one man. And what I try to sort through is the evidence that they've provided, no matter their motive, no matter their reason, no matter the truth, is that evidence sufficient to break the barrier beyond a reasonable doubt?
Sure.
And within the known factual information that they've given us, even if it's all a bunch of lies, that's what they're using in court. And is there anything in that information that gives me pause and allows me to ask questions? And when it comes to the two young girls, yes. The 8 hours and all the things I've discussed over the years. You can make a better circumstantial argument that Dylan was involved than you can Brian Kohlberger. And there's more evidence to support that. Circumstantial evidence, right? So I try to stay out of, you know, it's hard sometimes not to get involved in the theories of the concepts. Like, is it corruption comes in many forms. Corruption can be covering up something. Corruption could be framing someone out of hate or jealousy. But corruption is systemic in that the way these people do their work is corrupt. It doesn't have to be the Kohlberger case. It literally does not have to be the Kohlberger case. It could be a drug bust.
Agreed,
right? It could be the investigation. Listen, the investigation of a kid that stole the sign.
Yeah.
Corrupted. I mean, these people behave and think of themselves differently than the average human being, or the average citizen. They're above and apart. And they have in his mind this idea that they're the authority, they're the law. That is corrupt. And when you have that kind of an atmosphere, every single theory that every single person has proposed, except a few of them, are potential answers to the crime. But there, again, like with Kohlberger, there is no evidence to support these other theories.
I agree.
Right?
I agree.
And we're not going to be able to collect it. So I like to stick with what's in front of us that we can verify. Remember, I said the facts are what's given to you. I stuck to the PCA.
Yep.
I stuck with Dylan's story because that's the facts that we were given. Now it's all changed.
Yes.
And my view has changed right along with it, right?
No, agreed. Agreed. Same here. Same here. I get it. And like I said, I was just throwing that out there to give you
I remember that now after listening to you. That's why I was kept quiet and didn't interrupt you.
Oh yeah. Okay. But I mean, I can see this. Candy Girl just made a statement that really does fit with what I kind of feel too at the same time. I agree with both Sarge and Eddie. I think at one point Ellie thought that they may have had the right guy, but as time went on, they learned the truth. But rather than admit they were wrong, I mean, that does make sense too, you guys. I can see this from both sides. I can see how that makes sense in that sense. I can also see how it would make sense being.
And I agree. Eddie could be 100% right. I'm not saying Eddie is wrong in any way, shape, or form.
Right.
He could be 100% accurate. And my understanding of corruption and the way I witness it all over these cases is inaccurate. Like, as an example of my corruption, if we look at that young woman, Donna Eyes.
Yeah.
Right.
Donna Eyes,
and everybody blamed the police and everybody blamed the hospital. And in the end, it was her and her choice to do drugs that caused her demise. Right. But everybody is so hell bent on the corruption and the bad cops and the bad, all of this and the bad system that nobody really gave pause and said, you know, the cop did the right thing. The hospital did the right thing. And this woman's death was a tragic accident because of her life choices, which is what I stuck with right from the jump. Right.
Yes, you did.
So does that mean that police department isn't corrupt? No, but in the facts that we were given, there was room to say that these people didn't do anything to cause her demise. Same thing with the Kansas City 3. They did it to themselves, right?
You know, they just made 2 arrests on that one. They just arrested the homeowner and his drug dealer now too. So yeah.
Yeah, I mean, so, you know, there's a whole bunch of possibilities that are real. Usually the simplest one is the safest one to run with, but even that can be wrong. Occam's razor doesn't apply to everything.
That's right. That is true. And like I said with this, I can see this both ways. I can understand why it could be seen both ways. I still have questions either way as to what actually happened, because there's a couple things like with what Eddie feels. I'm very comfortable with that as well. With what you're saying, I'm very comfortable because, again, this has happened more times than none, guys, in this town. It's a regular thing. So like Sarge was saying, this could just be how they do things, guys. And the story, I mean, that sounds crazy, but it's positively true. Possibly.
And we at least agree on the corruption. And I think the frame up is just the natural behavior of how these people view their job and view their information. It's sad to me that Kohlberger's even in jail. And I'm not saying he's innocent. I don't agree with his innocence or guilt. I just don't think that there's been any evidence that's been supported that supports his presence wielding that knife.
None at all. I agree. And like I said, with that, I can also see Eddie's side completely and comfortably because of how this is all played out. Maybe the two work together in some succession. You know what I mean? But
a little bit of both. Yeah, it could be. And it could be. Look at what I'm saying would give them the I don't know. It's a prerogative. I forget the word. Eddie might know it. But to work the way Eddie is saying.
Oh, yeah.
Right. You see, I mean, what Eddie is saying isn't that far away from what I'm saying. We're both saying corruption. We're just looking at it from a different point of view. But the policemen that would do what I'm suggesting are more apt to be corrupt and do what Eddie is saying they did.
Agreed.
So they're kind of holding hands. One's on the east and one's on the west, but they're kind of holding hands in the middle.
Well, and again, that's why I'm saying I can agree with this on both sides because, like I said, we covered Molly, who's in here now, I think, was sending police logs for a long time, and we're looking at these police logs, and there's crime after crime after crime after crime after crime. There's no reports on any of these crimes. They're not keeping track of this stuff because they don't, which goes back to, it rolls back into Sarge's theory. They just don't do things that way. This is how they do it, and it's worked for them for years. They're not going to stop doing it. Tomboy came from that area, and she knows that this has been going on for years upon years. Nothing's changed. Now all of a sudden we have this frame job. Let's go with Eddie's situation, and everybody's involved. They understand. They know what they're doing. They know what their job is, how what they're supposed to do. But again, in my opinion, that relates back to what Sarge said, and as in this is how they do things. And when somebody is when somebody gets brought up, something happens in the town, and they got to protect another one of their people again. This is what happens in this thing. You know what I mean? So it goes into play immediately, which does play back into you, Sarge. This is just how they do things. So I can see both sides of this rolling together in some sense, like you said. So
I think they was waiting. I think they was hoping to get him convicted in the public. I honestly don't think that they knew of the evidence. I think they found out that there was evidence to prove he didn't do it. But I mean, do you hold a meeting and go, hey, by the way, we were wrong?
Gotcha.
So,
gotcha.
Well, you notice they like they did in the Kennedy death, they don't want you to talk about why. They don't want you to get to a motive. If we and that's when they bring the single perpetrator out. This kid did it all. What was his motive? Well, he's a whack job. He's an incel. He's a lunatic. He's an idiot. He's this.
That's where all the propaganda came into play when it all started. Yeah,
and they propagandized the one theory, the one man theory, right? And in fact, most people would argue that it's unlikely one person did this. If the car parked at 7:40 something a.m., the person wasn't in the house and at a room until 7:09, at least, maybe later.
Yeah,
right. So if the person came from the outside, you're talking about 8 minutes or 7 minutes to do what was done in that home, and it just seems so unlikely. And now you hear about Brian Koberger's disability, and now you have to ask yourself, wow. I do know a person that's fully disabled with I forget the name of that. But they walk everywhere. You'd be amazed at how much they walk. You would be stunned. You wouldn't understand this person complaining of these problems can do what they're doing in the walking aspect of it.
Well, he's a runner, Sarge. Dyspraxia is what he has, but he's a runner. So yeah.
Yeah, this guy Jonathan, I know. It's shocking. The guy literally can he uses both of his hands to pick up a water bottle. He's got nerve damage. And so you would think that combined with his other illnesses, he would be this, all crumpled up on a couch. But no, for whatever reason, his legs are not affected. This kid will walk fucking 10 miles. It's insane.
Right. Agreed. And that's another big piece of this too that is coming out. And as these things are coming out left and right, Eddie had said, the other day too, it looks like they're trying to build a physical evidential case now by pulling all these stupid things out. Okay. And saying, well, here he did this, here he did that. He bought a mask and we know he bought a knife and this and that. None of that matters to me anymore. Nothing that they say matters to me anymore, to be honest with you, because it's all been proven wrong. So at this point, I'm really curious. Truly, I would like to know who did this. At this point, I don't believe that Brian did, guys. I just don't, based on what I've seen. Yeah, he's a high functioning neurodivergent. Exactly, Detective Mallory. Thank you. There's too many things that point away from Brian. So I haven't believed that it was him strongly since the beginning, like Diane had stated. Oh, great, they got him. And I was like, there with that too, until we started looking into the PCA and all the other stuff. And then, but yeah. Hold on.
I want to ask Eddie a question. Eddie, did you ever think that PCA contained factual information to support an arrest warrant?
No, never.
No, neither did I. Right, that's what brought me in. You guys wouldn't even have me in true crime if not for that PCA.
I remember.
You can all clap if you'd like. I don't mind.
I have a question for you now, Sergeant. Moments ago, you had mentioned the propaganda.
Mm-hmm.
So that suggests that you believe that there's a disinformation campaign associated with this case.
Mm-hmm.
I assume. Am I right?
Yes.
Okay. And so the question is what drives that? Where does that originate from? What is compelling that?
Well, I'll give you an
Who's
example.
responsible for it?
I'll give you an example. Well, there's been an underlying narrative in this country since just prior to Kennedy's assassination, and it's engrossed itself in many different areas, including your educational system and your police system, your court system, your political bodies, your school boards. And a lot of people aren't getting a reward for this. So you'll get someone like, I don't know if you witnessed the interview between Don Lemon and Elon Musk. Elon Musk was going to give this guy the platform X and let him run his own show. And during the interview, this guy, I forget, I just said his name, but I can't remember it. But this reporter, who was a big CNN guy, was so sold on the propaganda that he was peddling because he himself believed what he was peddling. He didn't understand it was fake. He never checked to see if it was fake. And he kind of was throwing that shit up in Elon's face. And Elon fired him right there. You're not getting a show. Yeah, I'm not giving you. You can't come on X. He banned the guy from X. And what happens, I think, is, and this is what I mean by institutional systemic corruption. It's that it may not be that Officer Payne is a criminal trying to protect other criminals or higher ups, or that he's getting a direct payback for this. It's that his training enables him to buy into this propaganda and see things that normal individuals may not see, not because of ignorance or stupidity, but because it's ingrained and trained into the person. Don Lemon, that's what I was talking about. Don Lemon tried propagandizing Elon Musk. Elon Musk bashed him. So so we've been conditioned this way, Eddie. We've been taught to believe in information, not think about it. You're a thinker, and I got a lot of respect for that. We may even have different points of view on the same thing that we're looking at. However, it's still easy to discuss it with you because you think, and thinking matters. And Americans have been taught to believe, and that's where propaganda then can take over the population. Your policemen, your judges, your courts, your lawyers, your law clerks, they're accustomed to the propagandizing. And is there some special motive to frame Brian Kohlberger and propagandize the case? There may be for someone somewhere, Eddie. You might be right. But this has become the natural behavior of people in our country, and it's terrifying to me. I just can't imagine that people are so stupid they don't know how to think.
Do you guys think he's getting due process?
No,
not at all.
No,
that's right.
And I think poor Ann is under a lot of pressure. She's fighting both the judge and the prosecution.
Agree.
I agree with that too.
But she does it to herself too. Let's be fair. She in some ways, from whatever pressure she's feeling, or from a lack of time or a need to get things done, is unfortunately put herself in position. She shouldn't have been. There should have been no argument of the IGG being kicked out of court. Do you agree with that, Eddie?
I'm not really exactly sure what you're referring to, but
well,
just in general,
the identification of Kohlberger through databases that are prohibited, through databases that tell their users law enforcement is not given access without
the way they got to him.
And had they not gone into those databases with those user agreements, had they not gone into 23andMe or somewhere else, they would never have gotten Brian's name. If they would have stayed in only unless they would have went and got a probable cause warrant. So here's what I'm saying. They could have went into any database they wanted with a probable cause warrant. But rather than do that, they went in the back door to get searches inside of databases that user agreements prohibit them from doing. Yeah. And the judge is saying, well, what law did they break?
Which is why they said not to use that. Exactly.
Right. So here's what I'm saying is they can have access to every DNA database in the country, provided they give a probable cause warrant. They didn't. They went into Heritage. They went into 23andMe, and that's where they found the Kohlberger tree. Those agencies prohibit police agencies from interacting with them anonymously. And yet they did it anyway. And so to me, that's the argument here. It's not whether the DNA belongs to Brian or not. It's that in your attempt to identify this, you violated the Fourth Amendment of every single person in that database because you did not bring a probable cause warrant to search. You went through a back door. And there should be consequences for that. And the consequence should be the evidence cannot be used. And Ann didn't make that argument like that. That Judge Hippler came out and started almost making fun of her, that you can't expect the DNA found at a crime scene to have a Fourth Amendment protection. And she never said it did. But that was Hitler's point of view, and at that point, I got an unfavorable view towards Judge Hitler.
I mean,
and I think her argument is solid on the Fourth Amendment.
And
I
that's
think she
Go
did
ahead.
allude to that. She's like, that this is not the trial right now. She checked him.
Mhm.
The way, that movable item became into a crime scene. That argument is for a different day. He was crossing over a line right there with her.
in a
Judge
sense,
Hitler.
yeah.
Yeah, we agree on
That,
that.
I think I agree with Sarge and you both, Eddie, on that aspect, because I thought he was going to be fair to this until I saw that happen, and that is what has me questioning how he's going to approach Cy Ray's affidavit at this point. Is he going to address it or not? And I don't think he will.
But was he unfair, or did he misunderstand her argument?
It could be either one.
And clearly, I think it's a bit of both.
Maybe.
I think he's more willing to lean towards the prosecution, but I also think the way that argument was presented, she should have started with, if every one of those people in the database were a house that they snuck in through the back door, you, Your Honor, wouldn't say every day on Sunday with DNA, because the collection of that DNA would have been illegal. They falsely and unjustly entered homes to collect evidence. That's what they did by going into these databases. These people had every right to feel and to accept the Fourth Amendment protection of privacy and their papers and their personal effects in their home. And the FBI's violation of the law is, in fact, by going into them databases without a warrant. Therefore, whatever they found in those databases needs to be suppressed. That's the argument she should have made, in my opinion. Because it's equivalent to having people just go in your home and start looking for stuff.
That does make sense. I don't know why she approached it the way she did. I don't know. Go ahead, Eddie. Sorry.
I would never second guess. I think she's doing a great job, and whatever she's doing, I'm sure she has not made any missteps.
I think she was trying to make the argument I just laid out, but Hitler interrupted her and said, how can crime scene DNA found at a crime scene have a Fourth Amendment protection?
And
he interrupted her.
He interrupted her a few times. I saw that too. So, and that's where I started to look back.
I agree with you, Eddie, on her skill. I definitely agree with you on her skill. But even the most skilled person can get tripped up.
And there's a lot. She's got a lot to deal with. I told you guys, they purposely, and this is something I will stick with. They threw this discovery at her in every which direction they were coming out, left and right, and it was all disorganized. And I think that was done on purpose. They didn't give her a neatly wrapped package to go through with this. They just said, here you go, and tossed it all to her whenever they could, whenever they had to. And it's a disaster. And so she's got to sort through all this to pull all this out of here, which takes time. And people get pissed. Well, she's dragging this on and she's doing it. That's why. I mean, it's a game with them. They're trying to nail her down so she can't do her job. And then Hitler, like you said, Sarge, and I saw it. It kind of pissed me off.
Judge, man.
He interrupted her many a time. He shut her down many a time. And I think she's doing amazing, but you can only do that if you have the right, the right
judges. He was responsible to say, prosecutor, you have 51 terabytes of data. Yes, we do. Are you using it all in court? No, we're not. Then I want you to go through that discovery, that data, and pull out of it only that which you're going to use in court. That's it. You can have 8 trillion terabytes of data. If you're only going to use 1 megabyte of it, that's all I want you to produce. And he didn't do that, nor did Judge. So they didn't hold the prosecutor's feet to the fire. And like Ann said, it was like 52 card pickup. They gave us this data. It was like throwing 52 cards in the air, and you got to sort through and find it. And so on that, I think, Eddie, we would agree that she was completely mistreated by the prosecution during the discovery process.
Not to mention, he came into this with an attitude to begin with. He didn't want this case. He stated that plain and clear. And I think he's got a bit of a chip on his shoulder about this. So he's not in a good mood for it, for lack of better terms. You know what I mean? I think it was thrown at him. I don't know that, the other stuff that was going on down below here with Judge and all that, this was just tossed up to him, the mess that it was because of that. And I think that's not Ann's fault. She shouldn't have to pay for that, in my opinion, is what I'm saying. So, besides that, I think she's doing a great job. I do. And I'm very excited to see the next move. But meanwhile, she's got to reorganize everything every day. So Speaking of that, what do you guys think of this new attorney that they brought in? Any thoughts on that?
I don't think it's fair that there's a relief. You should prosecute with the team that you originally started with, in my opinion.
Mm-hmm.
I was told he was just for jury selection.
Yeah, that's what I read too. That he was brought in as an emergency, or not emergency, but for jury selection. So
that's not unusual.
Then I only heard one opinion out there. I won't say who, but I thought it was to replace Ashley.
So did I. Originally, Eddie, I agree with it. That was my interpretation of what I was exposed to, and then I was corrected and said that it was just for jury. But they've been for jury.
Watch and see. That's all we can do is see if Ashley disappears and that guy sticks around. Guess what? We know what happened. And I could see that happening because she's made some mistakes flat out. We saw with the affidavit that Cy put out there. It basically called her out in her shoes, guys. It is what it is. So, are they going to keep her on board with that? Is he going to
judge this Judge Hippler? He had no business stopping her from talking about 3 towers.
No, I agree.
Because then they would have had to grant the Franks hearing, and his job as a judge, okay, is not to protect he's there to protect the client, the defendant, from government overreach. That's his primary job. He's not supposed to protect the prosecution from screwing themselves.
Mm-hmm.
In other words, he's not there to manage their case or show them where they're wrong. They're to present their case. He's to review it, and where they're wrong, he's to hold their feet to the fire. I was offended when he stopped her from doing that.
I agree with you.
If she wants to talk about 3 cell towers, bring it.
Well, he shouldn't shut her down with anything she's putting out there. It absolutely contradicts what she's supposed to be doing, and it doesn't. So I get that way with it too. I get irritated, but I was trying to look something up here while you guys were talking about that because I want to see if that changed anything.
What, the 3 tower stuff?
No. Keep going with what you're talking about. I'm talking about Ashley Jennings. I'm sorry.
So based on that, do you think there's going to be more of the same? Can you expect more of that in the future? The judge siding with the state, in other words?
Sure.
And where do you think that's coming from, Sarge? That he's being this way with this?
It's what I've been saying. The corruption isn't necessarily to protect fellow criminals. The corruption is in the way they view their job, the way they view themselves. Their part in all of it is supposed to be a humble servant, okay, that serves the law only. And it doesn't have a preference to guilty or innocence or defendant or state. And that's not what you're getting in these courts. I mean, the best example is when you look at all these political cases. What did they bring? 194 of them against Trump, and none of them stuck. And the one that did stick, the state itself had to pass a law to extend the statute of limitations on what was an alleged crime that had happened long before the statute, long after the statute ran out. And then they had to pass a 1-day fucking hurdle to allow that case to come forward, and they extended the statute of limitations. I mean, when you got to go through all those hoops to make an argument, you're corrupt. There's no way to argue. Even if the guy committed the crime, the statute of limitations ran out on it.
Right.
So who are you to go and get your state legislators to pass a 1-day exemption to extend it?
Gotcha.
That's not corruption. What is?
I got you. Well, as of right now, so everybody knows, I don't know that it means anything, but the newest document that was posted has everybody's name stamped on it. It's got the Latah County Prosecuting Attorney's Office, William Thompson, Ashley Jennings, Joshua Hurwitz, which is the new the special deputy prosecuting attorney, Jeffrey Nye, that's the special assistant attorney general, Madison Allen, special assistant attorney general, and then we have Ann Taylor, Alyssa Massoth, and Bicka Barlow, and they've taken Jay Logston out completely. So, or no, he's down there, First District Public Defender Jay Logston. He's in there for the Idaho Public Defender's Office. So as of right now, okay, Ashley's still on the documentation. Whether she's going to be removed or not, I don't know. I would think.
Doesn't it seem like she replaced Bill Thompson?
Oh, yeah, she definitely has been the acting attorney.
What do you make of that, Eddie?
I think it's because he's retiring, but that's me. Go ahead, Eddie.
Well, my opinion of that is it seems like they keep on subbing in someone who's better at litigating under high pressure.
Mm-hmm.
I think they keep replacing. I think they're playing that game you could play in New York City with the ball under 3 different hats. And I think what they're doing is they're getting rid of the guy that's made trouble for the case and putting someone else in. Now she's making trouble for the case. They may be putting someone in above her to keep the attention off of them. Do you follow what I mean? In a way to hide their either mistakes or their misconduct.
I haven't.
They put another prosecutor in there.
I can see. I haven't heard Bill Thompson's voice since the change of venue. That's me.
So,
but
to if I have it right, Sarge, what you're thinking, to summarize your thoughts, would be he's more slick, more skilled, maybe.
And hiding, yeah, and see, I think Bill Thompson made statements in Judge's court that he's not being held accountable to, but should be. When they said that the IGG was not how they identified Brian Koberger as a suspect. And he said that in open court, and Judge said to Ann, under the IGG arguments, it's clear the state has told us that's not how they identified Brian as a suspect. Isn't that right, Mr. Thompson? And he stood, yes, Your Honor, yes, that's correct. Now we're seeing in paperwork that, in fact, that is how they identified him as a suspect, you see? And I think that he took a back seat, and that issue has kind of gone down, and a lot of people don't even remember that court hearing. But at least 3 times, Bill Thompson made that statement. Brian Koberger being a suspect has nothing to do with the IGG. It's a tip. But then later, and now you're seeing that this girl, Ashley Jennings, and other filings is that the IGG was, in fact, how they identified him as their primary suspect.
Which, if this is addressed correctly by the judge, should in turn relate to prosecutorial misconduct, I would think.
Right.
And if that happens, you guys, there's a problem. And that's why I'm nervous. Is this man going to address this affidavit or not? And if he doesn't, we have a really, really big problem then. Okay. And he can go either way with this. And that's what I'm mostly worried about this now. Now that Sy has put that affidavit out there, if this judge does not approach this affidavit with anything, there's trouble. There's trouble, in my opinion.
With that thought in mind, hold that thought and then add to it this. So let me ask the panel and everyone listening as well, concerning the orders with these Franks hearing. We just in January, I'll watch the Franks hearings, and since the judge has ruled, as we know, on those Franks hearings, his order to
they would have to readdress
on the defendant's
right?
motions, to suppress AT&T, Google, Apple,
right.
Amazon, the arrest warrants, and the Franks evidentiary hearing. He already ruled on all that. And what was everyone's reaction to that? Fair or not fair?
Oh, I absolutely believe it was unjust. You're saying in regards to the Franks, right?
Yeah, his ruling on the Franks.
I thought there should have been he should have approved the Franks, and now I definitely think they need to readdress it. But yeah, I thought that was unjust in my opinion.
Sergeant?
I think his ruling was within the bounds of the law, but I think the bounds of the law that he depended on, he was looking for. And therefore, I think that the rulings were unjust and unfair. And I think it went off the rails when it came to the IGG and the idea that he believed she was arguing that DNA sample had, at the scene, had a Fourth Amendment protection. I think that's where Hippler revealed his perspective, and I think that's where he went off the rails on his rulings. He has a concept of what he thinks happened here or what he believes. And I think that some of his decisions are based on that, and that's not what he's supposed to be doing. Therefore, it's unjust.
Yeah. Agreed. I can agree.
What's your thoughts, Diane?
Say again, Eddie. What'd you say, bud?
Oh, I was just welcoming Diane's thoughts.
Oh, hold on. Yeah, I had to mute because there's some background noise that's coming from there. Sorry, Diane. Go ahead, hon, if you want to say something about that.
I think a problem is going to arise because of Sy Ray's affidavit. He has proven, and I'm sure he has the receipts, that Ashley Jennings knew, because she was informed of it, wanted to know the wording for the, what was it, for the warrants, for the warrants. And that is prosecution. What's the word misconduct.
Misconduct.
I don't agree with that, be honest with you. And people might be shocked to hear that. I don't agree with it. I disagree with the lawyer, and I disagree with Cy Ray. And the reason I disagree with that is what she's telling the court is this GLDC is the new standard. This is the new information. This is the department you go to. I don't. She's telling you can't look at anything in the past. I think her motion is bullshit and should be ignored. But I don't know that what she's saying or doing rises to the level of prosecutorial misconduct or deception. She's saying they didn't have them. She may, in fact, not have known that they had them. But it seems rather difficult. But even if she knew that they had these records, it seems to me her argument that she's trying to make is these new GLDC records are the standard and all that's available now. And that's what we're going to use in court. And the other records should be discounted. That's basically what she's arguing. And I don't know where in that argument she's committing a crime or violating any rules of conduct.
Do you believe that 7-day thing that they put out there, Sarge?
The evangelist, 7-day evangelist? What? No,
no, that they couldn't get anything past the 7-day period of time, because I don't believe in that. I don't believe that's. I think that if you can get it on day 7, you can get it on day 8. You know what I'm saying? It just doesn't disappear.
I said what I think happened with these warrants was that they were given all of this data from the day Brian Koberger started his account at AT&T until the date they asked for it to stop. So I think when he asked for a warrant from the 12th to the 13th, if that's the correct date, I think what AT&T did was a full data dump on the account, and they then ran and Hurley got a warrant to cover the entire account because it was already in their lap. That's what I suspect happened here, and I could be wrong. But that's how I understand these 2 immediate warrants within just a few hours of each other. You see? What do you think, Eddie?
Right.
Well, I'll complete my thought, because moments ago I said, Dago, hold that thought and add to it this. So we were talking about, we're putting into this basket all things that seem like unfair regarding the judge's, the way he's handling this case. So what if after his rulings on these motions in limine coming up and his behavior, the way things are going in the courtroom during this upcoming hearing that we'll all be watching, we had talked about how he interrupts and how he helps the state when they're making mistakes, etc. So we keep putting into the basket all these things that we see and read. So at what point, to complete my thought here, is at what point do we say, okay, he is compromised. There's something going on. This is not consistent with a right side up world. Can't prove it, but there's corruption here. He's somehow been directed to do this. At what point?
Well, I think, and this is where we both go east and west. You could take whatever side you like. I'm not, I have no preference to one direction or the other. But the whole systemic corruption is exactly what you're seeing and explaining. It isn't that there's anything in it for the guy. It's that this is the way the guy's been trained to behave. This was the examples given to him, and this is how the job is done when you're a judge. This is how the job is done when you're a cop. And it's that corruption that creates these kinds of decisions and this kind of behavior in a courtroom. The public rarely gets to see the inner workings of a court. Look at the judge in the Delphi case. Look at the judge in the Karen Reed case with the nastiest. Look at lady, you're ugly. Don't take it out on us. That's what I see when I look at her. Keep your ugly to yourself. And people are seeing now the inner workings of courts. And they don't like it. And they see it's corrupt. And it may be overtly corrupt in many cases. But I think the underlying current that doesn't get addressed is that corruption is systemic to the system. Where there may be no personal benefit for Judge Hippler to do what he's doing. He's doing it out of a practiced habit. This is who he is. This man should not be a judge. Fair enough?
True.
Fair enough.
With him, I can agree with you on that. Yes.
Yeah, but isn't Ann Taylor basically also laying the groundwork for an appeal?
Sure. Yeah.
Yeah, definitely.
like I said, I personally think he will be convicted. I think she's on like 50-50. If certain things are not allowed to come in, he will definitely be convicted. But like I said, she just needs to convince one person. Isn't it in Idaho that it has to be a unanimous agreement?
I believe it's in all juries that it has to be a unanimous agreement. I could be wrong. We should.
Yeah, I
look.
think otherwise it would end up a hung jury if they don't all agree. Thank you, SRB.
Now, our problems are much deeper than just overt corruption to protect the drug cartel or a governor or a college president or the revenue of a college. There may be that motive, and this is why when I went into the JFK thing in the stream, there's a lot of motives that bring people together where they otherwise would not be together. All independent motives that all coalesce around one unique situation. Okay, and Idaho may in fact be another example of that, where there may be somebody that's in the pocket of a drug cartel. There may be some kickback with the college's big deals to buy this and that, and they don't want the publicity. And all of those coalesce into a case against an individual that just seems weak as can be, not because they're sitting in back rooms coalescing in conversation, but because it does benefit all of them to play a part in this corruption on this particular issue.
Right. Bobby, isn't the judge retired and was called back? I heard that somewhere else too. Welcome back, Eddie.
Sorry.
That's okay. It happens all the time, bud. No worries. I don't know this for a fact, but I've heard this more than once that this Judge Hippler was retired and they brought him back for this trial. Does anybody know if that's true or not?
I don't think that's true.
I thought he was an appellate court judge or something like that.
I didn't hear a whole lot about him, but I did hear that from a couple other people, so I'll have to look into that. Maury says that's not true, so okay. Thank you, sir. I know that Judge was going to retire, and I'm sure he's into retirement now at this point.
I sort of wish he still had the case.
Yeah, well, yeah, because this Hippler, like I said, the very beginning of the case, he made a couple comments that basically said, "I don't want this. I didn't want this." So that bothers me through the whole trial. Is he going to have an attitude about this? You know what I mean? Because I feel that's part of the reason why he goes it and the way he did, in my opinion.
I don't know. I think he'll act differently if there's cameras allowed in the courtroom.
What?
No, I don't think so.
What? Say again?
I think he'll act differently when it comes to trial time with cameras in the courtroom. I mean, the Delphi, that was just, I don't even know what words to use for that, but there was no cameras allowed.
Right. That was the judge's call.
Look at the judges in Karen Reed. There were cameras there. Look at the judges in O.J. Simpson. There were cameras there.
And thus far, we got cameras. We'll see. But I don't know.
Well, I mean, if he makes a ruling that just shouldn't, if he makes a ruling and agrees to it for the state, which never should have been, it's going to be on camera. And like I said, I think she's also laying the groundwork for an appeal.
Mm-hmm. Oh, Glenda said I thought he was coming up for election. Okay. That could be. I don't know. I didn't know a lot about him. They just kind of threw him out there to us, and there he was. But I think Maury said that he does a lot of malpractice type stuff. So either way.
That's what I heard.
Yeah. Either way. I'm a little worried about him. I am. I started to like him in the beginning because it seemed like he was being fair on both sides. And then after those past couple of hearings, he got real shitty with her. And I'm like, interrupted her more than once, shut down some of what she was saying. And I'm like, whoa. And it was obvious that he seems to have some issue with Alyssa Massoff, which I'm not a big fan of hers either. But
I think she's a little firecracker.
She is. But he just definitely didn't seem to care for her either. So, you can't be that way. You gotta be unbiased and balanced, in my opinion. So we'll see. Welcome, Canel. I do have issues. I'm nervous, guys. Truly nervous that this thing with size not going to be addressed, and he's not going to he's going to shut a lot of things down that he shouldn't, in my opinion. So we'll see what happens.
You think maybe it's not anything to do with them personally, that he doesn't have an issue with Miss Massoff or Miss Taylor, that maybe there's a common denominator there, and maybe he just is aggressive
Could be.
towards the defense in general.
It very well could be. It very well could be that he favors the prosecution. Per se, we don't know. I don't know him. I don't know anything about him. In fact, after that all went down, those couple incidents, then I was kind of unnerved by him a little. I looked into him a little bit. I can't really find anything about him. So, I don't like. He always seems bored. This look that he's got, where he just kind of, here I am. Let's get this over with. And he always seems irritated, and I don't like that. So that's just me. It doesn't matter either what I think. So I don't know.
I honestly don't think that this will go through a jury of 12 and be conviction.
You don't think so?
No, I don't think so. And the reason I say that is, as long as Ann Taylor explains as many times as possible what reasonable doubt means.
Right.
Is it reasonable to say that Brian Koberger's car, when for 2 hours they had no notice of his phone, and my guy's saying he was down here, and they've ignored that? So you're going to see, like an example, where are the text messages from 4:37 a.m. to 7:30 a.m. from Bethany and Dylan? Where are they?
Right.
You mean to tell me that there was no activity on those phones at all? It just stopped. Boom. What did they do? Pass out? How is that possible? What you're going to see is the prosecution cherry-pick data and present it to a jury, and it's the defense's job to show the inefficiency of that to reach the level of reasonable doubt.
Right.
That evidence does not break that threshold. They're giving you information that does paint their picture, but that picture is not a complete picture because they left out these 27 different things that paint the whole picture. And the whole picture is, my client was in Huawei Park during the time of those murders. The whole picture is, they tracked the wrong vehicle from the WSU campus towards Moscow. That was not my client. Here's the phone information to prove that. My client went south, as he had done on 23 or 10 or 12 different occasions. His route is identical over and over again, and never did those routes bring them to that property. He didn't even know these people existed, ladies and gentlemen of the jury. He had no concept of the existence of those girls. So I think this is a defense lawyer's case to lose. It's completely winnable based on what they've shown us in discovery so far.
I would like to agree with you, because I feel that I want to feel like that's what will take place. I'm nervous because from what I've seen, it's not going that way in a lot of senses. But I think you're right. If she can get that point across, if she's able to provide what she needs to do her job, then yeah, I agree with you that I don't see a jury going for it.
So Eddie, what do you think about this? Let's go with my number of 8 different areas of DNA that were never sampled and identified, and of the 8, only 1 was. Okay. And here's my question to you, sir. In what world does that 1 sample of DNA place the knife in that person's hand as the killer and not any of the other 7? In other words, how can you tell me and show me that he's the only person that wielded a knife with all of these unidentified samples? Well, how are you going to be able to do that in a court of law? Because I don't see how the prosecution stands a chance at doing that.
I agree. And yet they'll probably be able to do it.
I don't think they're going to be able to. I think if Ann is a smart lawyer. I do got a lot of respect, and I like her.
Well, it has nothing to do with whether she's smart or not, and it has nothing to do with whether she wins these arguments or not.
Well, she's playing to a judge right now. Playing to a jury is significantly different.
Well, what I'm trying to say is, like, for these motions in limine, and like we discussed moments ago about the Franks.
Mm-hmm.
So she won the argument, but which way were the rulings? Which way did they favor? They favored the state, right? Doesn't mean she isn't intelligent. It doesn't mean she lost the argument. It means something more sinister. I'll put it like that. With these motions in limine, this is going to be everything, the way he rules on these.
Mm-hmm.
So what if he takes away for the defense, if eliminates their ability to put up a defense for him based on the way he rules on these motions in limine.
Mm-hmm.
Well,
That's
then
what
they
I mean.
won't get
He's
their
playing-
conviction.
You're right. If he rules that they're not allowed to put forward the third party defense, then Kohlberger's in trouble. But that now here's the problem, and this is what he knows. This is that the third party defense is imminently. He even in open court admitted it. It's going to be hard for him not to allow that. But you're right, Eddie. He could not allow it, and that's crucial to the defense of Brian Kohlberger. Third party perpetrators. Third, fourth, fifth, sixth, seventh, and eighth party perpetrator. And if he rules that can't be used as a defensive, if that can't be used to defend himself, then you're right, he will be convicted. And it does come down to the judge's rulings. However, that then leaves it wide open for appeal. At that point, if I were Brian Kohlberger, so let's say all these motions in limine, he denies Brian Kohlberger. I would hope Ann would then file with the court that he's going to stand silent. And he's not going to provide a defense to the jury whatsoever. And that lawyer will sit at that table and will not cross-examine or interact with that jury or with those witnesses at all. And let the jury then find him guilty. That's how, if I was an attorney, that's what I would recommend my client do. If these motions in limine, like Cy Ray is denied, the alternative perpetrator defense denied. If these things start to happen from Hitler, then there's no way you can win in a trial. Fair enough?
Of course.
Right. And so I would say to my client, you need to stand silent. And our defense is going to be no defense at all. And then you're going to have to take it to an appellate court because this court is not allowing you to defend yourself.
Good point.
Right.
Good point.
So we have to see how he rules. And what I was trying to differentiate, let's say he rules on the fairness of it. And these motions in limine, to the great extent, are granted. And the court allows it. Then I think Ann is then turning her attention from trying to play to a judge, biased or not biased, to now trying to sing a melody to a jury of 12. And I think that her ability to do that with a jury is going to be a lot easier for her than it's going to be to just sing into a judge.
Yeah, I agree with that.
That's what I see in Ann, and again, that's just my opinion. And what it's like anything, it's worth to use toilet paper we flush.
Yeah. I'm nervous. I am nervous, you guys, that it's not going to happen. This, first and foremost, let me say this. This has to go to trial. A lot of people that believe that Brian is, completely innocent do not want this to go to trial. This has to go to trial. It just absolutely has to, because everything needs to be heard and seen. And the defense needs to be able to bring everything. And this is what happened here. This is how this went down. This is where he was. This is what he was. He wasn't there. All that needs to be seen and heard on both sides, in my opinion. The prosecution can lie, whatever they're going to do. I don't care. His side needs to be seen too. Okay. And at that point, unless the prosecution drops some big bomb, which I don't believe that is going to happen. And I don't trust it if it does, to be honest with you at this point. Then at that point, I don't believe, and I agree with Sarge on that aspect, that a jury will look at everything the way it's been processed, everything the way it's come down, and say, okay, yeah, he did it. I don't believe that. But she also has to be allowed to do that. And that's why I'm nervous with this judge. The way he shuts her down, the way he says, no, you're not doing this. No, you can't do that. Nope, we're not hearing. I mean, that's what I'm worried about now, honestly. And I think that if he does address, I'm almost done, Diane, I promise. If he does address this affidavit, the way this comes out, I think that they would have to revisit this Frank's motion. It would have to be looked at again as another motion. I don't know if they can do that, but I would believe they should. Okay. And then in that sense, that's going to open all the doors up. I think that's my opinion. So go ahead, Diane. I'm sorry.
Wasn't it Hitler who said, we don't want this going to an appeals court, or was that Judge?
Judge said it, but I think Hitler said it too. It's kind of in his own way. But Judge said that for sure. They don't. No. What he said was, we don't want to have to do this more than once.
Yeah. Well, then he'll have to rule. It's insane to go, oh no, those other 7 DNA samples, don't worry about it. it means nothing.
Well, that can't happen. That's the same thing that happened in Delphi, basically, and that's
Oh
what
yes.
happened in this case. Is the jury in Delphi only saw what Judge Gall and the prosecution wanted them to see. They didn't see even a quarter of everything. Okay,
Yeah.
everything has to be seen in this. The jury has to see it all. Otherwise, they're not going to be able to make a real decision. And it's known now that in Delphi, because of that, she wouldn't allow for other defenses to be brought in. You couldn't say certain words in the courtroom. You couldn't talk about the Odinism whatsoever. None of that. Okay. There was no defense.
No.
And it looks to me, in a sense, I just started seeing some signs from Hitler that he was going to start kind of pushing in that direction a little bit. I'm not saying he did or he will for a fact. I just don't want that to happen. Go ahead.
You know what else is rather stunning than this? I don't know if you know this, Eddie, but Othram Lab was never given the sheath. They were given a swab.
A swab. Yeah, we talked about that.
Isn't that crazy?
Yeah, and Sarge, what does that tell you? Okay, to me, that's kind of when I started leaning in a whole other direction. If you have a swab, and like that's why I brought up when to verify that the warrant was served on Brian Koberger's apartment the same day he was arrested. You can swab anything you want to swab with that. They did not get a sheath. They didn't look at a sheath. They didn't touch a sheath. They got a swab.
Mm-hmm.
That's insane to me. I'm sorry.
Didn't one of the cops something about the DNA? What was her name?
Dawn?
Yeah. Didn't she hold on to some? I thought it was DNA.
Yeah, I know who you're talking about. She had evidence collected from Koberger's apartment that was in her trunk for a week or so.
Yeah.
Or then left it on the couch in the apartment or whatever. Yeah.
Daniels, I think her name is.
Dawn, what's her Daniels? Dawn Daniels. Yeah.
Yeah.
And that goes to chain of custody. And the court should rule whether that, if any of that's going to be used. And that's the other real kind of nonsense here is the prosecution. Maybe people, and I'm surprised these judges aren't going for this, but regardless of your 61 terabytes, it is now 61 or 64, whatever it might be, all of that has to be given to the defense. Okay.
Mm-hmm.
And everything of that you're going to use at trial needs to be given to the defense. But just so people know, whatever is in that pile of horse shit, the defense can use in its defense. You following?
Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, if like I said, all she's got to do is convince one person on that jury.
Right.
That's it.
I don't think this is going to go. I think if it goes to trial, he has a better chance. Because has anybody seen any single source piece of evidence that places him at that crime scene at the times that they argue that it happened? And I don't think anybody can make that argument.
Nothing. And I don't think they'll have anything, honestly.
I don't either.
Dago,
yes,
it's
ma'am.
starting to storm here, and my lights just went off.
Okay.
So,
thank you. You need to jump down. I understand. That's okay.
It was nice talking to everybody, and have a good evening.
Isn't there a song, Dreamers in the Night, or is that Strangers? I don't know.
Stranger. Yeah, right. Thank you again, Diane, for joining us, and thank you for supporting the channel and always being here. We appreciate you very much.
Thank you.
See you again soon. Now, going back to that a little bit, Eddie, what is your, minus your theory on what you believe is going on, okay? Put that to the side for a minute, but what is your thought with the fact that they sent a swab and not the sheath?
Well, that's very telling because, there is blood on the sheath.
Right.
They didn't want Othram doing any work with that, obviously.
They centralized it, exactly. And they claimed that the swab came from the snap. That's where they got that from.
Yeah, that's what they claim.
Here's my question. Why did they solely and only swab that snap?
They didn't. They swabbed. Dago, they swabbed everything. Remember when I got called Dot by Jules of all trades? Because I said the document release stated they swabbed the sheath, they swabbed the button snap, and they swabbed inside the sheath.
Okay.
That statement is accurate. That's
You're right.
exactly what they did. But the inside of the sheath meant inside of the buckle, the belt loop. The inside area of the belt loop was swabbed.
Yeah. I asked the question.
Okay. Now listen. So they did swab that, but they didn't send that stuff for further identification to Othram, as far as we know. And that to me seems corrupt. It
is. Just as much as they didn't run it through CODIS either. at all.
They didn't run any of it through CODIS?
That extra DNA that you've talked about here and there, none of that got run through CODIS, from my understanding. None of it. They didn't even try to. Now from the sheath, maybe, but all that other extra stuff that they had never got run through CODIS. I was just referring to that.
And the under the nail was said not to exclude it it didn't exclude Brian Kohlberger, so the defense actually had it tested for a confirmation of exclusion.
And it did. It did, yes. Absolutely.
And there was another sample they did the same thing with, isn't there, Eddie? Weren't there two
Not
samples
that I'm aware
they got
of.
exclusion on? The blood on the knife sheath and the under fingernails were excluded to be Brian Kohlberger.
Yes.
By the defense,
Yeah.
if I'm not mistaken.
Yeah, that's right, Sarge.
Okay. So that tells you that there was a viability statute to these particular DNA samples, meaning they could have identified who those people were just as easily as they did the microscopic transfer DNA.
Right. And that's
right.
what I'm saying. Nothing. And that is true, Sarge. Nothing besides Brian's DNA was ran through CODIS. Nothing. Why?
Yeah.
They didn't even think about it. Why? Once again, this is our guy.
Brett Payne told us why. Once they identified that particular DNA sample, then they started to look at Kohlberger and they started making these things that, they were seeing what they wanted to see. We got our guy.
Yep.
And everything that they looked at, they interpreted as he's involved. This is confirmation that he was involved. And they just focused on that. And why? I don't understand how they did that.
What you're doing is you're you're telling us how you think that they're thinking. And that calls for an operation of another's mind, and you can't do that. I mean, you can do it, but it doesn't make it true.
But no, that's what he told us, that they got that sample and they then focused on that sample and they built the case to that sample. So that's why he said that they didn't look at any other DNA. They had a suspect.
Well, yeah, but you're given a lot of generous allowances in this whole case. At what point, and that's kind of been our discussion all evening long, is at what point does it click and you kind of make this transition from what you're believing now to there's got to be more to this. There is something more going on.
Well, it's not that I don't think that. And here's what I expect will happen is that something will drop and it will be an unarguable argument to your point, or it won't. So here's what I'm saying is there's obvious behaviors that are happening here that are completely corrupt. Is there an intent to be corrupt? Is there a cover-up intentional connected to it? I don't know.
Yeah, that's the key word. And I've oftentimes on these panels kind of broke down the intentional versus unintentional discussion.
Yeah, and that's why theories, I have a real I struggle with all these theories that people put forward, because at this point, just show me Brian didn't do it. And you can't. Just this point, show me he did do it. And you can't. And what case are we really looking at? We're looking at the case against Brian Kohlberger, not any of the theories that we all think are connected to the case. And so that's kind of where I try not to really, I agree with your corruption. But the reason I'm giving the corruption a little more difference than you are is because there's the totality of it suggests pure corruption. But I think that pure corruption extends not for any political or any personal reason, because you got another murder case where the same thing happened. The same bullshit argument about the phones, the same ignoring of exculpatory evidence that pointed to other suspects, just ignored. Are they doing that for personal gain, or are they just idiots?
Well, and with you saying that goes to the other one that I found out about tonight. One of the names on the case is Meister versus Moscow versus Meister. This is the same situation. It's the same exact situation. It's the third one, and I know there's more. Okay, and it does play to what you're saying with based on how you believe happened, because it's again and again and again and again. So it takes away from the
is there a motive for this corruption? Scenario? A specific motive, Eddie, that you're comfortable with saying prompted this corruption?
Yeah, there's Yeah, if I understand what you're asking me, yeah, this has nothing to do with Keystone Cops. This has nothing to do with bumbling, foolish detectives or any of that. This is purposeful, very nefarious.
Thank you so much,
They
Gene.
are framing this guy, and they're covering something up as well.
And this is the third case they've done that in. Is there a connecting thread to these cases? And this
Well,
is
it's
where
going to involve people that are just way too high to fall. You know, they're just they're not going down for what they're guilty of doing.
See, and
this is where our divide begins, because of the in other words, if these other cases were shown that absolute corruption and they could give you the motive for the corruption or why the corruption existed and the cover-up existed, if we had solutions to that then we could extrapolate, may even apply to this case, I'd be okay with seeing it that way.
That's why, Sarge, I feel that it's a combination of both of what you're saying.
I think it is too.
In this case in particular, specifically the Idaho 4 case, I'm kind of on board with Eddie more than anything. But in general, I think that, with this situation, there is something in the background. There's something that's being covered up per se. But in general, Moscow in general, it just kind of played out like the other two did too as well, because they've done this before. So it's like, okay, we can handle this just like we did these other two, so on and so forth. You see what I'm saying? That's why I think it's a combination.
No, that's right. Eddie, you could be totally right. This could be something to do with some big financial arrangements with some of these drug cartels or sex trafficking cartels or both.
Yeah.
It could also be a connection to the college and protecting that college so that your town exists. In other words, they don't get any personal payment from the college, but in fact, the existence of the college gives their life existence.
Right.
It could be as simple as that.
Yeah.
So I don't disagree with that. There may be an honest motive of corruption. Their actions are based on a corrupt motive. Their behavior is then what we're witnessing. I don't disagree with that point of view. I don't see evidence to support it. That's why I give deference to what I'm looking at. It doesn't mean that you're wrong, and it doesn't mean that I'm right. It's just that I give latitude until I see some evidence that can be traced. That can be.
And that's what I was getting ready to say. Also, to that, your plan or what you just said, you're kind of waiting to see one way or another what happens with the drop of that. Yeah, I got you. I get it.
There's no evidence that's come forward that says Dylan isn't involved, as far as my personal view is. Right. Nothing has taken that off the table. I'm hoping there would be something, and I would accept it if it was shown. But to this point in time, nothing takes her name off the table of involvement, either through prior knowledge or recognition of what was happening and who did it, or personally involved herself. None of that is off the table for me with Dylan.
And somebody in here in the very beginning of this said, this is way, way bigger and not at all what you think it is than what you're seeing. And I didn't take it to heart then. I just said, okay, whatever. But at this point now, I see it as in, it's definitely not what I thought it was. And it's definitely, in my opinion, way bigger than I thought it was going to be too. I'll say that much. So there's too many things. Every time I've tried to discount something that I've tried to look at this on both sides. Let me explain it that way. Okay. I've been on the fence. I've looked at this side. Okay. Brian did it because of this. Brian did it because of that. Okay. This does make some sense. And every time, you guys, Sarge, I've told you this, and Eddie, I've told you this. Every time that I go with that direction and I look at it and I go, okay, it's proved wrong. There's another red flag that pops up that is thrown out that disproves what the prosecution's doing. And it's like, shit, I can't look at it on that side at all. So 6 degrees of separation, right, Tandy? Exactly. And that's why it's like, damn. So I do truly feel in this specific case, there's something there. Okay. There's something bigger that is either being protected or in that realm of, you know what I mean? But in general, because this has happened more than once, it's just, I agree with Sarge on that wholeheartedly, that it's just how they do things in some senses. It just happened to be.
Eddie, what is your summary of the corruption here? What have you concluded based on what you've seen? What is either the motive or what are they covering up?
Well, that's
the hard part.
That's not for us. Who knows what, unfortunately the state isn't going to just come right out there and answer that for us. I wish they would, but okay, I'll try to approach it like this. Moments ago, you talked about Dylan, and I think you said that, show me something that says she's not involved. Did I understand you correctly? Is that
He did.
Yeah, you could sum it up into that statement. Yes.
Okay, thank you. Okay, I can do that. I can prove right now that she is not involved. And what I mean by that is, let me qualify that by saying this. If she has any involvement in this at all, regardless of how much involvement, that is not where our focus should be. Let's just say, just for this conversation, I'm just going to suggest what level of involvement she has. She was aware that something might have happened, or maybe she was the doorman. She allowed someone to enter. Mm-hmm. Maybe she has in her phone proof that proof of the real culprits, or maybe even exculpatory proof that Brian Koberger is not involved. Regardless, I can prove she is not involved with any of this because the cops would also know that. We have already seen that they have manipulated her statement. They have omitted portions of her statement. They have embellished some of her statement in the PCA. Also, it seems like it's very true that she was deleting something on her phone. And the state would have been aware of that. And it's the state's business to know that. They, as you know, as we all know, they are as obligated to find things against the accused, and they're equally as obligated to find exculpatory things showing towards the accused. So since they know all these truths about Dylan, but they have been trying to withhold that, to bury it, to exclude it from discovery, to hide it, whatever. That is where our focus is. It's no longer on Dylan. Maybe in the end, she was the doorman, and who knows? I'm not going to accuse her or judge her. I'll let others do that. But again, our focus is on why is the state making themselves a part of this crime if she knows things and they're hiding it.
Well, let me just say this to you, Eddie, just so you know, that is an extraordinarily well articulated. I'm going to use some of my cousin Vinny. A very well articulated point that has merit.
You love going to that too.
And it has a huge amount of merit. And there's nowhere in that particular statement that I can disagree with you. Okay? I accept that statement at face value, and it does include police corruption. Okay, and a police setup. It does fill that gap. I don't suspect that there's anything glaring pointing to any single individual. And I think that there's a combination of individuals. And so where you're saying, where did the cops, where they're covering up for this stuff or they're ignoring it, they wouldn't be able to do that is basically what you're saying. What's on her phone is on her phone. But I highly suspect that she's not as stupid as people think she is. And when she approached, and her statements were all about how she was drunk and how she was whacked out and she drank 88 gallons of booze, and everything just keeps pointing away from her. And I suspect that any other evidence that you're going to collect from her phones will also do the same thing. In other words, I highly doubt that there's information that says Dylan was involved, that Dylan put in her phones or in any of her communiques. The unlikeliness, though, it's unlikely that she wasn't involved, is my perspective, because
I'm sure she was told not to do certain things too. So there's that.
I don't think the police are protecting Dylan. They're protecting something bigger. Right? And I can accept that. And I think your explanation of how they've dealt with Dylan shows that, without a doubt.
Mm-hmm.
I just don't think that you can erase her from this scenario of that crime scene. And her prior knowledge, her knowledge as it was taking place, and or her involvement, I don't think can be erased.
I agree with that. If anything, I'll be honest with you. I think it's bigger than Dylan.
Yeah, I do too.
And I also feel that Dylan probably did have a pretty good knowledge of certain things. If anybody, but it's hard to say this too because she was there. Yeah, I think if anybody didn't know, it was Bethany. But I think Dylan had a lot more knowledge of a situation, okay? But it's still bigger than both of them. Definitely. There's somebody else above this that knew everything, that knew what was going on per se. And it's not, like I said, guys, I've said this more than once. There are certain people within this that are pawns, okay? They were used for certain situational stuff within this. That's my opinion, of course, as is everything I've said. Whether that comes out, I don't know. Whether they're able to prove certain things, I don't know that either. I just know that that's what I think. Truly, I said I definitely do not believe that Dylan should be excluded from this at all.
I think Eddie's answer to the answer to Eddie's point lies in the people that were at the crime scene before, during, and after. The level of corruption and the involvement of corruption, and whatever that motive may be, is at the feet of the survivors. Either one.
Agreed. That does make sense. Yeah.
And that's why I say that woman needed to be treated differently and handled differently. And the fact of the matter is that she behaved like a guilty person in all of the statements that she made, as far as I'm concerned. And it wasn't until suggestive questions were asked of her that she started to develop answers. And that to me is they led Dylan to these answers. Dylan didn't just voluntarily provide these answers.
No,
so
they told her
there's a level of corruption right there.
Yeah, that I agree with full.
And then they insulated her. They didn't separate her from the group. Everything that they did, Eddie, is consistent with your point of view. It's corruption. I think my point of view says that there is an answer to that, but it isn't in the Brian Koberger case. As far as going after Brian, it's in what they didn't do. There's where the answer of what the corruption is about will be found, if ever, right?
That's the why. Yeah. Go ahead, Eddie.
Oh, I don't think I had anything to add to that.
Okay. I thought you were going to say something, but I'm sorry. But
I don't think we're in that far of disagreement. And I think, your point now, I think I understand your point of corruption much more completely. And I don't discount it and never did. I just don't think that there's their actions that you display with Dylan saying that she's not involved can also be seen through the lens that I've put forward. That was she protected, and if so, why?
Yeah.
Why was she let on?
I think that all
was made, and then she's used as the witness in this case, where I don't think she wanted to be any part of the case at all. But it's human for whatever reason. We're a bunch of nutty creatures. Perps always involve themselves in their own case. You guys remember Ironside and Columbo and all these other stories, right?
Yeah.
That isn't fake. Well, that will often happen, that people that were involved in a crime will be part of the investigation, but as like the victim or just a helper.
Right. And what you're saying, again, it all leads back to the bigger picture, which is what Eddie's referring to.
What Eddie is saying,
yeah. The bigger picture in the end is where this is starting from and where it's rolling down from. And agreed. I get, you guys are absolutely on point with that. I agree with you. Excuse me. So, and that's what the question is. That's the biggest question with all of this. What exactly is it and why? And will that ever come out? No. And if it did, I don't think it will, at least I should say. If it did, it would implode everything and everybody that is involved in this. It would be a huge.
Listen, Dylan may in fact be terrified because she knows the police were involved in trying to bury the real reason these kids were killed. That's also possible.
Yeah.
Right.
Yeah. Well,
everything they do is propagandize the case. I don't want to know their texts from 7:30 to noon. I'm grateful to have them. I do want to know them, but I want to know what happened from 9 o'clock the previous evening on the 12th. Okay. Until midnight of the 13th. I want a full 24 to 30 hours of what they were doing. And I think that's fair.
I agree with you. I think that would tell us the story as to what very possibly happened. The whole story, like that.
The Fight Club argument, all of these other theories these people have come up with, all these other ideas. You're only going to be able to get the information from the crime scene that's available. And it seems to me that the people present in that home don't get treated as if they're part of a crime scene. They get treated as victims. They're allowed to stay in the same hotel with the friends that were in the parking lot.
They were not.
They aren't separated.
Not at
they
all.
aren't strip searched. I mean, come on.
They should have been. That's a big thing, and I haven't really brought that up much, you guys.
Right.
But
Eddie, would you agree that was the beginning of the cover up? The way they handled that crime scene? Do you think? I think that's an example of the cover up is right in plain sight for everybody to see before they even named Bryan Kohberger.
Of course,
it began immediately. Yes,
immediately.
Absolutely, and that's and the most. I guess it doesn't really matter, you guys, but the most undying question, in my opinion, is how. Where? Why did they just choose somebody out of a hat? You know what I'm saying? Like that's what it seems like.
The why is clear. They want everybody to think it was a one arm. You know, it was the 1-armed man killed his wife.
Of course. Yeah. No, I'd like to know how. I think it's just curiosity at this point how they came up with Bryan Christopher Kohberger as this is the guy we're gonna do this with. You know what I mean? That's what I'm saying. And that's probably something that's never gonna happen. But I feel like there had to have been a roll down to that. There was a way to get to him. There was something that took them to him. Whether it's a minute.
I don't think so. I think have you guys seen that Geico commercial with the scapegoat? It's my favorite commercial of all time. That commercial is fucking awesome. Bro.
Yes, I know what you're talking about.
Who did this? Rick. And then that black lady points at Rick.
No, I get it. Exactly.
But,
I mean,
but maybe that's because they could identify somebody the way they identified them because it was murky. They decided to make it into a story, and they decided to run with it the way they're running with it.
Yeah.
Then, but again, I like to focus on these theories. Obviously, have weight as far as observation. Their behavior is consistent with a corrupt process. But is the evidence they produced enough to put Bryan Kohberger in front of a firing squad? That's the part of the case I try to focus on because a lot of people have very sound theories and views of what they're looking at, and I don't want to say they're all wrong. I just suggest that there's no way to carry them to a conclusion.
Well, that's the scariest part, Sarge, that there's somebody sitting here that is going to lose his life over this. And if he didn't have anything to do with this, that's another murder, in my opinion. You know, and that's a sad situation that, you know, I don't live in Idaho. You don't live in Idaho. Eddie doesn't live in Idaho. But it's scary because if it can happen there, it can happen anywhere. Okay. And it has happened before. And there's a lot of it that happens. I mean, you know, not to bring anything bad up. I mean, you've been through the criminal justice system, Sarge. You know how many people are unjustly brought in and sit sometimes their whole lives in prison and didn't do a damn thing.
I got 2 men out of jail because of what the police did.
Oh, right.
Both were violations of parole, and the charges were unfounded. The accusations weren't even. They didn't even give any kind of. I couldn't give any compliment to what these policemen arrested these men for. It was insane, and that happens every day. You're right.
It does, especially with this DNA shit now.
These guys happen to be black. Happens to them as much or more often. Once a black person commits a crime, they got a lot. They better really hide. Because they can be, and once you're convicted of a felony, the police can actually actively set you up and not be violating your constitutional rights.
Right.
So they have more leeway to try to incriminate you. And I
agree.
I experienced that myself, and trying to be entrapped to after I had committed my crimes and went through the process and rehabilitated, and then I'd been out in the public for many years. I was put in a position where. I'm not too specific, but this person was trying to get me to write them a fake quote for an insurance claim on the weight of their position and who they were and what they were and the connection to my family. And I just honestly said, listen, if I'm going to come out from what I just came from, if I'm going to do what I'm doing now, only to commit crimes to earn money, then I don't want to be here writing fake estimates for an insurance company so you can make some money. Mm-hmm. That isn't what I do. That wouldn't be my choice of crime, and I'm not going to write you an estimate so that you can scam your insurance company. Have someone else do that shit for you.
I agree.
I don't care who you know, how long you've been friends with my father, or whatever is whatever. I'm just not doing it. But it wasn't until later, when some big charges came down on my father and a whole bunch of other people, that those charges were based on that guy being a snitch.
Gotcha.
And we've been part of this group for decades. So you would, you know what I mean? It's kind of like it's like a Godfather story in a sense.
Oh, yeah.
But
Yeah.
I didn't know at the time until these other people were indicted, including my father. And then this guy became the witness. Then it dawned on me, this son of a bitch was trying to set me up to put me back in prison. I wasn't on parole or anything, but I'm a convicted felon. And if I would have wrote a fraudulent estimate for him to scam his insurance company, that would have been enough to put me back in jail.
You'd have been gone. Yep.
Yeah. But I learned, if you're going to be a decent person and you're going to live a fair life, you got to be honest to yourself. And that means you do honest things or you don't do them.
When you go legit, right, Serge?
Yeah, that's right. Yeah, if you're going to do it, man. You're going to be a girl and you're a guy, cut that willy whacker off and go for it, okay? Do the whole 9 yards, not one.
Right. Forget about it. Exactly. That makes sense. It does. I get it. And that's a scary thing, like I said, because like I said, we don't live in Idaho, but it sure as hell happens everywhere nowadays. And,
right. I'll be honest with you. I know a lot of policemen. Some of them I wouldn't trust to open up a can of corn, but there's a lot of good people that are in law enforcement, including lawyers.
Yeah.
They're not all corrupt, but that's why I make the statement over and over again. Corruption isn't a willing activity for many of these people. It's the environment they're in and the way they were trained. And their views and perspective have been shaped by the system. But they individually are great parents, great fathers. They wouldn't lie to put someone in jail intentionally. They wouldn't do that. But they could be part of a case where that happens and not realize their role in it. Well, thinking that they're doing the right thing because all of their surrounding friends are telling them this is what happened.
If you go as a whole, okay, you get a job working for Detroit City Police Department, okay, in Michigan. And you go in, you went to the academy, you did everything, you want to be a cop, it is what it is, I get it, okay? You don't know the inner workings of that department when you go in to apply. The end of story. So once you apply, you go in, you start working, and you are trained as the department runs, per se. Excuse me, sorry. And you may be doing things the wrong way, not knowing it, because you're being trained by everybody else that's been doing this for 25 years. To be that way. So on the outside looking in, somebody else is looking at you going, what the hell? That ain't the way that's supposed to be. But you don't know any different because this is what you're just doing your job because that's what you were told to do. And it happens all over the place. As in, corruption is corruption, period, whether it's done purposely or not. Okay. So I get what you're saying. That's how I feel. Like the city I grew up in, Warren City, Ohio. Warren City Police Department is one of the most corrupt police departments in the state of Ohio, as far as I'm concerned. I've stood and watched corruption happen in front of my face. I've watched police cars back up to local corner stores and load cases of alcohol into the trunk of a police car and drive off. And they show up at parties later on. They're not in their uniforms, but still. And it's like, what the hell? And it is what it is. Things like that happen in the city I grew up in all the time. That is corruption as far as I'm concerned. Okay. And come to find out years later that was a little, we'll let you do the shady business you do at this store, but you got to hook us up too from time to time. And that's what that's part of, you know? And a lot of these departments, that's just how they are. Like you said, it's just who they are.
Right.
You
see that in all kinds of industry. That's kind of the saddest part.
Yes.
You know, back in the day, that guy would come out and check the oil of your car and charge you for a quart of oil you didn't need.
Bingo. And,
right. That is a form of corruption. That's a form of theft. And then you train your people to do that. And you split the value of the can of oil with them or something. And it grows and it becomes a natural behavior. And it's not right. It's not fair. But you do it because that's what you're taught to do.
And it doesn't mean that these people are bad people to heart. It's just that's their job. That's what they're taught to do because they don't know any different. Now, maybe deep down inside, they know, I don't think this is really right. But you know what? It's working and it's what I'm supposed to do. This is how I get my paycheck and support my family. That's still not right, but that's what happens in a lot of senses. I get it.
We have an infinite capacity to ignore things, an infinite capacity to accept things. Mm-hmm. And, you know, I would be the worst cop to train because if you're driving down a road at 45 talking to me and it's a 30-mile-an-hour zone, I'd say, aren't you breaking the law? Mm-hmm. I wouldn't tolerate it. That's the kind of person I've grown to become.
Well, I mean, it happens all the way around. for instance, as a firefighter and an EMS and working in EMS, okay, ambulances, fire trucks, police cars in my city, you're only allowed to go 35 miles above the speed limit on an emergency call. That's it. That's the law. And you can actually get in trouble for that as a law enforcement officer or a first responder. And I'll tell you right now, I've driven ambulances, fire trucks, rescue trucks, grass jeeps, all sorts of things. And every one of them that I've driven, depending on what the call is, I've gone more than 35 miles per hour over the speed limit. I'm breaking the law, but I'm doing it because of what I do, if that makes any sense. Do you know what I mean? So I completely understand all that. Same with law enforcement. They do it too. Now, unlike another situation that happened in New York, where a police officer was flying through New York, okay, probably going 75 miles an hour, and that's definitely way over what he was supposed to do, with no lights on, hits a pedestrian, kills her, and the union steps in and he gets away with it.
Yeah. Well,
that's corruption. I'm sorry.
That is. That's unadulterated, obvious corruption. And that's
100%.
That's what I mean by systemic, and that
It happens.
Brett Payne may be wholeheartedly sold on the idea that Kohberger is the sole perpetrator of this crime.
Yeah.
And he's getting the reinforcements, and the data he was given was painting that picture and convincing him that's what he was going to be the lead investigator on.
Mm-hmm.
He himself most likely believes this because his estimation of the facts are the estimation of the people around him.
Yeah.
And we all want to be a part of something, right? Even at your work. You don't want to be the one that's scoffed at or ignored or made jokes of when you walk around the corner, right?
Of course. And
nobody wants to be that person.
No, you can't. You don't want to step outside the circle because then you become the outsider, and that could be a problem. So yes, I can understand.
How can you reconcile all of his memory issues when it's an answer to a question while he's being deposed? He doesn't recall much.
Mm-hmm.
Do you think it's because he has dementia or a bad memory?
Do you think they gave it?
I think it's because it's directly because he was shown to rely on data being given to him in the context of that data being supplied to him. In other words, he can't answer specific questions because Maury did this. Someone else did this. Don Daniel did this. And then they gave him an explanation of what they did. So when you dig into specifics, he can't answer that. I don't know.
So he was a pawn.
Well, yeah, that's a fair assessment. And I think that's insane for any investigation to be run like that. The investigation needs to have a lead detective, and all information needs to be given to him. And your context should only be supplied when asked for. This person should be able to take the data being given them and come to a conclusion independent of others, even if they're wrong. And then find out where you went wrong in your assessment of the data. But the way Brett Payne explains what he went through, it's just not like that at all. Sorry. Go ahead.
You're leaning towards he's being sincere. He truly doesn't know or recall. I
think that in most of the answers that he said that to, it's absolutely sincere. He doesn't know because he didn't need to know because he didn't do the work.
I can go kind of Eddie a little bit.
Set up that way. That's the systemic corruption where you can get a good guy like Eddie, right, and train him into this system from when he's young, and you don't know any different. And then they give you this big opportunity. And now you got 14 different people giving you information and telling you what it is. You don't know if they illegally searched that premises or not. You don't know. I need a warrant for this. You don't know if they already collected the information that you're getting a warrant for because you didn't collect the information. And I think you're seeing this play out. That goes to your corruption, Eddie.
You don't know
how corruption is played out and how you can use one person as your front man or your pawn.
Well, think about how Brett became the lead detective. This is something this goes to what you're saying too, Eddie. Sweet and Salty said it too. Payne was given that lead for a reason. I'm going to take that and go further with it just a little bit. This guy was writing parking tickets 2 days before this happened, before he became the lead detective. He was thrown into that because there was nobody else. And I think the man probably took that and said, oh, this is what I've been wanting, so on and so forth. Didn't ask, don't ask, don't tell. Did what he was told, took everybody's word. Maybe he shouldn't have, but took everybody's word and didn't. Maybe he really didn't know these things because he wasn't offered these things. That's one side of this I can see. And it was as a pawn. per se. Like, this guy's a dingbat. He's not going to be able to figure this out. Give him this, give him that. Don't give him this, whatever. Or it could be the complete other way, that he absolutely knew what he was doing was wrong, that he absolutely did know the answers and didn't bring them on purpose. I can see it both ways. Okay. I absolutely can. I kind of have always leaned towards the first thing I said, though, because I thought that Brett may have been used as a pawn, that he was so anxious to be the lead detective that he didn't care, that he just, whatever, this is my first big case.
I think he became the lead detective because he was the least likely. He had the least strikes against him, or the least issues going into this.
Sure, that too.
Right? It was like a process of elimination. You got Brady violation. You're heading for one. And we're just going to answer all the lies, so we better give this one to Payne.
Yeah, he doesn't have as the least. Yeah, but I can see what you're saying, Eddie, at the same time, because the guy was given at least 2 weeks, I'm going to say, to know that he's going to be here to testify. You didn't bring nothing. You had 2 weeks, maybe. I'm just guessing on that number. It could have been less, but at least a week, I'm going to say, to know that he had to be here to testify. They tell you what you're going to be testifying on. They tell you what they need you to talk about, and you didn't bring any information with you whatsoever to refer to. That's a bit of a problem, I see. You know, that was
I think he was being insincere. I think he had a briefing prior to those hearings. It's very deliberate. I think he's ensuring that he doesn't give up anything useful. I'm thinking that he is doing everything he can to not perjure himself.
I agree with that.
No, I agree with that point of view as well. That's absolutely accurate, Eddie. I don't see where anybody can argue that not being accurate.
No.
I give these guys a little bit of leeway because I don't think everybody is corrupt, and I don't think everybody, unless this guy's lying about how the investigation was conducted. If he's lying about that, then he's doomed because his statements are clear. He didn't do this, he didn't do that, he didn't do that. This cop did that. So if that's accurate, and then the I don't know is exactly for what you're saying. He don't want to perjure himself, or he don't want to catch anybody else out there. That's true.
Well, see, I always wondered if they didn't give him certain information on purpose because they didn't trust that he would. You know what I'm saying? Like, if he don't have that info, he can't put it out there. That type of thing.
Yeah,
and
I see what you're saying. And to some degree, maybe.
That's my
I'm also going to say, for the defense, you shouldn't ask questions you don't have an answer to.
Agreed.
So if I ask you, Eddie, were you at the 7-Eleven at 7:00 on Tuesday? I have to know that you were or were not.
Of course.
I have to know it, right?
Yeah.
And there's no room for you to say, I don't know, because if you say, I don't know, then you go back to your desk and you pull up information that shows the one way or the other.
But the answer, yeah.
Yeah. So, and the leeway that and the statements and the answers he was given, those questions, I don't know that they should have even been asked. Because you as an attorney need to know the answer before you ask the stupid question, right?
Sure.
I think she was trying to figure out how this investigation was handled, who's in charge, who made all the decisions. And I think she was walking in the waters where, as you're saying, he was prepared for this. And a lot of his I don't knows, I don't recall, I don't remember were what he was told to do on the stand.
And I can see Ann knowing the answers to those 100%, waiting for him to give that answer, anticipating him giving that answer and going, okay, there it is. So, agreed. I can see all of that 100%. Well, and Cassie just says it right out of the gate. I'm going to finally say it. Payne's a shady, corrupt person. There you go. I think a lot of them are there in that town again. But again, I can relate it to both sides of what's been talked about tonight. On Sarge's side of things, because that's who they are, and on Eddie's side of things, that they were told to do this a certain type of way, and they know exactly what they're doing. So,
yeah, it's as if they're covering up for something.
It really is.
Way beyond the murders themselves. The murders themselves are the result of something they don't. And I've said this a long time ago as well. If parents understood the threat that their children face on a college campuses would be empty.
Empty.
That's where the crime cartels and the sex cartels and all of those crazy sons of bitches, that's what they target. That is their target audience. That is their customer.
Sarge, I pulled up within a 2-year period of time earlier. I pulled up I don't know, Cassie, or you were in there, SRB, 3 or 4 huge drug busts, all within this realm. Okay.
Yeah. College
Boom,
campuses.
boom, boom. And it was a lot, guys. I'm talking like monstrous amounts of the rugs, monstrous amounts of weapons, money, all sorts of stuff. It was boom, 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 right in that area. And it's repeatedly. There was just another one 3 months ago. The same stuff. So it's definite. You know, it's in college campuses are a brothel for this stuff. Period. It's never going to stop. They're not going to shut it down because the kids want the stuff to an extent, and they're going to continue going there. You know, you you don't step on or bite the hand that's feeding you. So, for that lack of better expression, I'm just saying.
Yeah, and I was invited to talk to the school board in my area of the most wealthy district in this area.
Mm-hmm.
And their problem was drug addiction. Their students suffer at the same percentage as the poorest districts in and out of this area, right?
Sure.
And I went to the school board meeting because I was representing some place that dealt with addiction.
Mm-hmm.
And their answer was to hire more counselors and to hire more security guards. And I said that answer is plainly foolish because children don't interact with security guards and counselors. They interact with each other. And the cure to this problem isn't security guards and counselors. It's you getting to know the parents of the friends that your child has. It's you getting to know the guy across the street and down the block and around the corner. It's community interaction, adult to adult, because you have the common denominator of your kids share the same school. If you want drug addiction to be dropped, if you want that number to come down, it can't be done with security and counseling. It must be done by you, the parents. That's what parenting is all about. And because you live next to other parents, your lack of interaction with them gives these kids a place to hide out.
Gotcha.
That's the cure to this. It's not because you're the richest district, you can hire 500 more security guards. That's not going to fix your problem. It's just the kids are going to find a way to hide it even more effectively. However, if your parents and you're all talking together and you have these big meetings of parents and conferences with parents, and right, you don't need a PTA meeting. You have a get together. You rent some field. You bring all these friends of your friends and their friends and their friends and their families. Get to know each other, and that will solve the fucking problem.
Right. Let me fix something real quick.
I read a dent in it, right?
Agreed. I read. I need new glasses so bad. I read Cassie's statement wrong. She said Payne isn't a corrupt, shady person. So my apologies to that, Cassie.
He isn't. Is that what she said?
That's what she said, not the other way. I read it wrong because I couldn't see it clearly because of my stupid eyes.
Isn't he newer to that police department?
Wasn't
he 2 years there when this case came out?
Somewhat. I think
I know he's got 13 years experience, but how long?
Yeah, he wasn't there very long. I don't believe he's one of the younger officers on the force. Yes, younger as in years. So yeah, sorry, Cassie. But then this is a good point too. Bobby brings up the question in my mind of if the prosecution is setting Payne up to be the scapegoat when the case goes south. To say, and that's a good point too, Bobby. I can see where you're coming from with that. Sorry. You know, when everything does go to shit, are they gonna go, it was him? You know what I mean? I mean, that does make some sense too. Sorry again, Kat. I really need new glasses. So yeah, I can see all of these things.
Yeah, I can.
You know, in different variations and of course, right in front of us. So
but we can't see evidence that places Brian in that home. And I will not accept any DNA sample collected from that crime scene, no matter what it's made of, as evidence that he committed the crime. And the reason I won't do that is because it's circumstantial evidence. Your gun at a crime scene doesn't place you in the crime scene. Your gun at a crime scene where murder took place doesn't make you the killer. Your gun at a crime scene is circumstantial evidence leading to you as a suspect. That I agree with.
Yeah,
their job, it's the government's job, law enforcement's job, to provide factual information that shows you in that particular situation at that particular time, there or abouts, in the company of the victim that was murdered, directly, not through inference or woulda, coulda, shoulda. Only then does the gun become direct evidence and the tool that you use to take somebody's life, be it a gun, be it a bat, be it a knife.
Right.
Your fingerprints don't prove your involvement in the crime. Your DNA does not. That's all circumstantial. And that's why you're seeing this big play for headlights, for particular cars, for phones. They're trying to swamp the field. He owned gloves. He bought a mask. He had a K-bar knife.
Mm-hmm.
And they're trying to swamp the field with data to propagandize you into believing that information connects him to the murder.
Mm-hmm.
And that's what, to me, Ann's biggest job is to remind the jury that reasonable doubt would be your son or daughter owning a K-bar knife. Is it reasonable to believe that makes them part of a crime? You have to look at this information. Is shady pictures with there's no way to identify that car other than what they're telling you. And even if it is an Elantra, how do you place Brian Kohlberger in that car? And that would be beyond a reasonable doubt.
Right.
So I think she's got a lot of educating to do to that jury.
Agreed. Agree with that. I do. And I don't think they're going to be able to do that. I don't think they're going to be able to put him in that car. Because I think that would have been put out already. If they had video of this man pulling up, getting out of the car, and walking in the house, we'd have seen that a long time ago, in my opinion. Probably right out of the gate. That would have been the end of it. We'd all been doing something else right now, but that was that. But they don't have that, and I don't believe they're going to provide that either.
And I think only through the exoneration of Kohlberger is the town going to ask who did this.
Oh yeah, and then
Not
I don't think they're going to do another investigation. I don't.
No, but then it goes to a cold case.
Right.
And now you can petition the governor to get outside departments to do some cold case work, because I think there's an answer to be found here.
Sure. And it's a huge case too. You can't just let that go to cold,
This goes along those lines. Do you guys believe that the unknown DNAs still exist for investigators to look into?
I do, because Ann has mentioned them.
I do.
And motions. So I don't believe. I think they exist, and they better exist.
Well, I believe that. Do they still exist as of right now?
As of right now.
Oh, I think they still have them.
Well, Bill Thompson even told us they don't. They've asked for DNA workups on other people. To the extent that they don't have them, they weren't done. They're not turning. She's compelling this discovery, and they're not turning it over because it doesn't exist.
No, but she was able to get DNA samples we were unaware of and have them tested to exclude Brian. So that gives me the idea that the other samples are still there. And now what can be done with them in the future is another question, the viability of the sample. But that's why the answer to your question is yes. I think that these other samples exist simply because she was able to exclude Brian from the sheath and from the fingernails. There was no identification. Unknown male DNA were the other statements on these DNA samples. And I don't think that she paid to have those samples run down to identify them. But I think they exist, Eddie.
Yeah, it could be. We know of this cigarette butt, right?
Surreptitiously. That's a nice word. Yep. Cigarette butt.
Yep.
And that contains unknown male B DNA.
The cigarette butt? I thought they got that from a known suspect.
Cigarette butt contains, and we know that from the transcript from the closed hearing. That's on page 62. Unknown male B is on the cigarette butt.
Okay.
But look, there was a police report that stated that they surreptitiously collected a cigarette butt from a suspect and excluded him after it had been tested.
And that
excluded.
Okay, so they had a suspect in mind. They were chasing Dago, and Dago smokes. He threw a cigarette down. They went and tested to see if that had any connection to the sample that they were looking at from the night sheet, the transfer DNA. And it didn't match, so they excluded him. That's my understanding of the cigarette butt and the surreptitiously statement, because I get a giggle out of that word, because it shows that they have the capacity to do good police work, Do they have the morals and the willpower to do so? Obviously.
Well, then what does that leave B being then?
Well, it's the same as the blood on the handrail.
Right.
Okay.
And the blood on the gloves. It's unknown male DNA. But that cigarette butt was supposedly collected from an identified suspect that was then excluded. His DNA did not match what they pulled from the sheath. Now, does that mean it didn't match any of the other samples? As far as we know, no. It doesn't mean that.
No.
It didn't match the button snap DNA.
I don't think the cigarette butt even exists anymore, is what I guess what I'm saying.
Oh. Well, it was excluded. So whoever that individual was, their name and who they were does exist.
Well, yeah. And I think what Eddie's saying is that all the stuff that they say they had was thrown away, gotten rid of, so that there's no way to have to provide it.
It's possible. I know that's possible because in the case that surrounded my family, all the money that was supposedly given to the police as bribes for protection, when brought into the courtroom and envelopes were opened, was full of paper cut to the sizes of money. Mm-hmm. There wasn't a single dollar bill in any of these massive envelopes of supposed bribe currency that they had collected from these racketeers.
Gotcha.
And the whole case dissolved right there.
Right.
Guys that did, listen, there were guys that were giving the police payoff. There absolutely was. But because my old man held out and demanded for a trial, like you're seeing Kohlberger, took years to get to court. And when that evidence was opened in court, they had to bring all those guys back that had made plea deals and pled guilty and remove all of those charges from them. Gotcha. It's the most crazy thing you'd ever see in your life. So, Eddie, I'm very sensitive. I understand corruption. I know that some policemen are just dirty, dirty criminals. And they'll get in bed with anybody that'll put money in their pocket. Well, the police themselves in this case went to jail. And in addition, the police chief himself went to jail for corruption.
Well, that's exactly. I know that to be a fact because that's why my biological father didn't go to jail. Yeah. Being involved with a known mob person in embezzling from the water filtration plant that they both worked at, embezzled a whole bunch of money, and my dad didn't go to jail, but the other guy did. Huh. And I'm gonna tell you, I can prove it too. Why? Because his father and his brother both worked for the police department. So I'll leave it at that.
Yeah, no, there's corruption everywhere. And you would think that after living through the life I've lived through, I've witnessed, seen, and experienced corruption. I was arrested and incarcerated on a false arrest for drug possession. Mm-hmm. I ended up being paid $10,000 when it finally got to. I sued.
Right.
But they literally picked me up off the street, locked me up, threw me in jail, and then I had to go through the court process. Got the case dismissed because the charge that they levied didn't fit the crime that they alleged I committed. It's kind of weird to explain, but anyway.
No, I get it.
I sued and won. So I understand. You would think that I would think that all cops are corrupt, and I simply don't. I don't accept that realization that all of them are corrupt.
Not all of them. No. Of course not.
And I've met so many that are not. That's kind of why I say corruption is endemic, and it's systematic within the system. And somebody like Officer Payne, if he's not a corrupt, if he's a stand-up kind of guy, and that person was in the chat room said that, they know him, I can accept that. And then I can also understand the answers he's given to the court are because he was the pawn. He was put in the position.
That's exactly what I've always thought with him, truly. Yeah. And not everybody has to agree with that. I feel like things were kept from him on purpose because he was, or he just didn't know about certain situations. Like you said earlier, certain jobs were done by other people. Specifically. And Bobby asked a question real quick. Wouldn't any evidence collected from the actual crime scene have to be retained?
Yes.
You would think so, yeah. But does that always happen though? Go ahead, Eddie. You were going to say something.
I'll just talk about that transcript on page 62 about the cigarette butt.
Okay.
And I'll read. So, Anne asks, I need you to help me understand that a little bit. I'm having that question because I understand there was an unknown male B found on lab item 30. Do you know what I'm talking about? No. Okay. Well, I also understand that there was a cigarette butt taken from somebody in connection with the case investigation. Are you familiar with that? I am familiar with that.
Okay, so two
And-
different things right there. I got you.
Okay. Two different things.
Yeah.
Okay. Ah. So,
No,
so that is lab item 30 is not the cigarette butt. Is that
right. Yeah,
Oh,
she's speaking on two different things there, the way it sounds. Because he knew one and he didn't know the other. That makes sense. So what is lab item 30 then?
well, I wonder if it's worth us pulling up that transcript and taking a look at that.
I have no problem doing it. What document is it on?
Okay, it's on the 21st of February.
1 second. I have it all right here.
This is interesting.
1 second. One second.
21st of February is the date.
Oh, wait a minute. I just had it. Hold on. Give me a second to go back to it. There we go.
And of course, it's the transcript.
Yep. You're going to have to give me the date again because my mind is...
Redacted. 24th. I'm sorry. 24th of February.
February 20th.
There was more for you to read from that document, was there not, Eddie? There was more for you to read from that document.
I'm going to pull it up.
We're going to pull it. Now there's an echo.
Yeah, I just heard that. All right, read me to the document on the 24th again.
Okay, it's the transcript.
Is that what it states? Is transcript?
Yeah. Redacted hearing held January 23rd, 2025.
1 second. So many of these damn documents, it's insane. Okay. Now show it to me. Oh, there it is. That was easy enough. Too easy. Hold on. And boom. Let me blow it up a little bit more. Okay. Can you guys see that all right?
Oh, yeah.
Okay. Let me bring it back up here. Where do you want me to start at with this? What page?
Page 62.
Holy shit. Okay. Hold on. All the way down here. Oh, not that far.
About a third of the way down.
We're almost there. All right. Oh, wait, not that far. So about right there.
Page 62. Let's see where you're at.
If there was a request to do a comparison.
Yeah, towards the bottom of that page.
Okay, well, I also understand that there was a cigarette butt taken from somebody in connection with the case investigation. Are you familiar with that? He says, I am familiar with that. And
right prior to that, she was talking about lab item 30.
Okay, right there then. Yeah. I need you to help me understand that. I see it. Yeah.
Yeah.
I understand that there was unknown male B found on lab item 30. Do you know what I'm talking about? No. Okay. Well, I understand that there was a cigarette butt. Okay. So he has no idea what lab item 30 is, according to him.
Correct.
And that's why go ahead.
And it's unknown male B.
B, right.
Okay. So her next question then, she's asking for she's asking about a different item, a cigarette butt, or is the cigarette butt item number 30?
That's what I was going to ask you. Did she ask him the question again in a different way to see how he answered it? So maybe he didn't realize that the cigarette butt was item 30. That's what I was saying earlier about maybe he didn't know some of these things on purpose, or not on purpose, but he wasn't told certain things in that sense. Do you know? Does that make sense what I'm saying or no?
Yeah. So he's saying he doesn't know anything about unknown male B. So let's do it both ways. Let's just say that unknown male B is the blood on the handrail, which it is.
Mm-hmm.
And that's item 30.
And that's called lab item 30.
Okay.
Okay. So the cigarette butt would be a different item then, and it does not contain unknown male B in this thought experiment that we're going to do now. So he's claiming here that he does not know anything about unknown male B blood, which is lab item 30, which was found in his crime scene on the handrail. There's no way he's got it, because that is impossible.
No, it's not impossible. It's not impossible.
Well, it is.
In this way, it's not. In this way, the item number may not bring to him the understanding of what it is, but he may in fact be aware of. If you were to say to him on the handrail, okay, item 30, the handrail, that may have, then he would understand. You see what I mean?
That's what I was meaning.
He's describing a sample by an item number, not by the sample itself. And that's why he could say, do you know what I'm talking about? No. He may not be familiar that it got that number, Eddie.
That's what I was referring to earlier when I said that maybe he didn't know that he wasn't given information in that format. Maybe that's what I should have said. Sorry.
Then that would mean that the next question she's asking is she's clarifying.
It seems like, yes.
And unknown male B DNA found on lab item 30 is a cigarette butt.
Okay. And what is that showing us? Just scroll through that. Just scroll the next page and let's read through that.
I am familiar with that. And that was compared, to the DNA on the knife sheath. Is that right? Mm-hmm. Yes. And that was found to be exculpable. Excludable. I'm sorry. I don't have to put my damn glasses on.
That's okay.
Excludable. Am I using the word right?
Yeah. See, that explains
it was an exclusion, correct. So you compared something that was taken from somebody to an item of evidence. Is that right?
And this explains that that's exactly what she's doing. She's defining object 30 at this point, Eddie.
So what have we concluded? What is object 30?
Cigarette butt.
Cigarette butt.
Right.
Which contains unknown male B DNA.
No.
Yes. Back up. It certainly does. Back up to page 62.
Oh, wait a minute. I went too far. Sorry. Yeah, you're right there. Okay, hold on. Let me read this again. I need you to help me understand that a little bit. I'm having that question because I understand there was an unknown male. I'm asking that question. I'm sorry. I understand there was an unknown male B found on lab item 30. You know what I'm talking about? No. Okay. Well, I understand that there was a cigarette butt taken from somebody in connection with the case investigation. Are you familiar with that? I am familiar with that.
Keep going.
I am familiar with that. And that was compared to the DNA on this knife sheath. Is that right? Yes.
Keep going.
And that was found to be excludable.
We've gone far enough to satisfy. We have to get to the consensus of what our opinion is about what is.
And our opinion now is that there's 2 separate items here.
There's 2 separate items.
There is 2 separate items here. Absolutely, there is.
How can it? Okay.
Here's how it can be. Here's how it can be 2 separate items, folks. Or Eddie and Dago. This number 30 is an item he doesn't know anything about. So now she jumps over to the cigarette butt taken from somebody in connection with this case, which would have been a suspect. Roll up to page 63. Okay. You're at 62 now. 63, he's familiar with that sample, which also indicates to me because this person was a suspect that they excluded, they knew who that person was. You can't, even if they, in other words, it can't be an unknown male B if this was a suspect a cigarette butt they collected from a suspect.
Well, okay. just to make this more simpler, at least in my mind, I took this as two different questions. That's probably
Yeah,
part of
that's
the
what I'm
problem.
saying. I think it is too.
Because when he says no, are you or I'm sorry, hold on. I'm having that question. I'm asking that question because I understand there was unknown male B found on lab item 30. Do you know what I'm talking about? And he says no. Then she says, okay, then. Well, I understand that there was a cigarette butt taken from somebody in connection with the case.
Keyword was also, you missed that word.
Yeah, that's what I mean. That's why I took that as a secondary question.
It's a new piece of DNA sample. What do you think this is saying, Ed? Eddie?
You think he just rephrased the question? Is that how you were taking that, Eddie? Or
So, Mike, what I'm asking is, all along, I have been under the assumption that lab item 30 is a cigarette butt. So what you're saying is I have that wrong. Lab item 30 is not a cigarette butt.
Right.
that's how I'm seeing it too. Yeah, I think it's two separate things.
She began by asking about a cigarette butt. He answers no, and then immediately she drops the matter altogether
And moved on to the next one.
Yes.
That's what I thought. Maybe
she didn't mention cigarette butt and unknown male B found on lab item 30. She doesn't identify what lab item 30 is. And his answer to that question is, do you know what? No. She says, okay. She accepts that answer. She says, well, I also understand.
That's what
which means that in addition to you not know, you gave me a no. Okay. In addition to that, she brings the cigarette butt into the conversation.
Or since you're not familiar with that, then yeah, that's what I thought.
It's separate, Eddie. It's two different. It's two different statements.
I will say this though. I think if she was going to put those two together and re-ask the question a different way, that I think she would have said, well, I also understand there was a cigarette butt taken from somebody in connection with the case, and that contained unknown male B. And maybe that would have been a way to rephrase that, but that's why I took it as two separate questions because of that word also. So yeah. That's what I've always thought.
Well, they excluded the cigarette butt DNA.
Like Sarge said, I think too, the okay was okay. I accept your answer. Now let's move on, type thing.
Right.
That's what I think. Well, I also.
Why is it? Let's say your reasoning or your understanding is accurate. What point are you making here, Eddie?
There is no point that I'm trying to make. Just ask the question that I was asking. So in conclusion, what we then can take away is that item 30 is male B DNA, which is blood on the handrail.
Okay.
Lab item 30 is blood on the handrail. Male.
Okay. You know that for sure?
Well, we know for sure that unknown male B is blood on the handrail. There's
unknown blood on gloves too.
That's D.
Yeah, okay. They described it as D cards, right? Go ahead.
All right. All right. So
if it is the way that we're going with this, then that means that lab item 30 is blood on the handrail.
Okay.
Okay.
AKA unknown male B DNA.
Right.
Okay. Okay. That answers that. I learned something. I've always like I said, I've always thought lab item 30 was a cigarette butt.
No, I believe, like I said, if she would not have put in, if she would have just said, okay, well, then there was a cigarette butt taken from somebody, maybe to rephrase it in that sense. I see what you're saying, though. In connection with the investigation, are you familiar with that at least? And I think she would have put that it was containing male B on that then to rephrase it to him.
What's interesting is, everybody knows that when you text, a lot of misunderstandings occur.
Yes.
The full context, you can't hear the voice, you can't see expressions. The whole communication experience is not there. So it really opens the door for miscommunications, misunderstandings. And then the next thing we've seen here is, like, when we get a court document, it doesn't mean that we have absolute understanding of it. We just saw that here. Some people can take it one way and some people can take it a different way.
Right.
And lastly, even when you see something firsthand, like we're viewing a hearing, notice that on the 24th, when Detective Payne was talking about the interview at the PSP barracks,
Mm-hmm.
and he testified that Detective Gilbertson had a recording device in his pocket. Right? He testified that. So at the moment of watching that hearing, I think most people were under the impression that Detective Gilbertson did the interview.
Gotcha.
Based on what Detective Payne testified.
Mm-hmm.
Only after documents dropped after that hearing did we learn that Detective Payne did the interview. Probably both of them. Now, when you put it all together, both Detective Gilbertson and Detective Payne did the interview. But my point being is, even when you see something with your own eyes, you can walk away with a misunderstanding. It's just something interesting to point out.
Yeah, it all comes down to the context under which you observe something.
Right. If you and I both witness a crash, and then we are taken separately into different, have us recount, what we saw, we would tell a different story about what actually happened.
Right. Yeah. And that happens. That's why witness testimony isn't always dependable.
It is the worst, type of evidence.
Yeah, because it can be. And the longer between the incident and your recollection of it, the worse it becomes. By the time she gets on the stand, Dylan's going to see a man in black with blue eyes, bushy eyebrows, a backpack, a thermos with the word Stanley on it, right? This girl going to have more details about this guy than she ever could have had about herself looking in the mirror.
Yeah, good point.
That's why Ann's arguing don't use the word bushy eyebrows. Suspect vehicle 1, you can't call that Brian Koberger's car. You can't even prove it's his car.
Right.
It's an assumption. And she's right. These images, I don't even know if these images should be allowed in court. You search the guy's car, you know without a doubt that there's nothing connecting that car to the crime scene. The car has spoken. Yeah. And that information shouldn't be put in front of the jury.
And they're bringing that out now. A lot of that is the assumptive evidence and stuff like that, or the assumptive information that the defense is saying no, we don't want that, because the jury's going to assume based on what you're saying and that's a problem. So yeah.
Well,
very much so.
I was approached by federal investigators for a bank robbery several years after I had gotten out of trouble. Mm-hmm. And they said that they were approaching me because my vehicle fits the description of the vehicle used in the crime. I said, that's awesome. Guy's got a good taste in cars, right? And they just looked at me and laughed. I said, listen, I'll wait here. You go in there and ask the office secretary and the business owner where I was on that particular day and time. And it's really all I can tell you. I mean, you're coming at me out of the blue, and somehow a bank driver drives a white Chevy S10 pickup truck. Well, okay, here you go. I'll sit right here, and one of you guys can go ask all the questions you want of the people in there that I report to every day. What else can I tell you? But
Steve W. makes a great point. He said it really well here. Hitler made massive suppositions in the suppression.
Agreed.
That's colored shine.
Very much so. And like I said, I'm still waiting, which I don't think they're going to do. I'd love to see the defense pull it out, but I'm still waiting on suspect vehicle number 2, the other white launcher that had 3 to 4 people in it. That should be the one that they're talking about.
I'm just going to say, people say that it only makes sense as his car, but they're always backdropping it with the transfer DNA collection. How would somebody rob a bank that had a truck that was like mine? What are the odds?
I mean, right, 1,000,000 to 1.
What are the odds of that happening? I mean, really? Seriously? Yeah, we got a camera. Well, then what's the license plate? Well, we don't have the license. Well, all right, well, then go ask my boss where I was. I'm not going to. What am I going to tell you? It wasn't me.
Exactly. That's what's going on in this sense with this car. I'm telling you, I've told you guys for a long time. There's another car that looks just like his per se. That there was 2 to 3 or 3 to 4 people in my opinion, that they have not brought about. And I'm telling you, it's out there. It was out there that night. There were 2 cars. His went one direction. This one was in that area. And until they pull that car, it's just that's what needs to be done. I can't tell you who was driving it.
I don't even think a car was used. I think that's another red flag in the corruption that Eddie is pointing to.
Well, I'm not saying that it was
right.
used.
I think when you look at the case, it makes no sense that there was a vehicle doing the things they point out. Makes no sense that was part of this quadruple homicide at all. 0 sense.
And like I said, I'm not saying that car was involved in the crime. I'm saying there was another car driving around that area, and I swear that's what they're swearing that's him, but it wasn't. He was not there.
There was a bunch of cars, but again, I honestly, I can't see the argument any car of any description driving anywhere in that area had connection to this crime. I just can't see anybody make that established connection. I don't care if it was a black truck, a white truck, a Honda Elantra, a Toyota Civic, a Ford Taurus. How do you connect any of those cars to this crime?
Well,
and as far as I can tell you, you can't.
That's why I want to know what the DoorDash driver was driving. That's another reason why.
Right. I think that's an important question. How about the Uber drivers that were out that night?
There was Domino's pizza drivers. They had signs, but I'm just saying there was Uber, DoorDash, rideshare. There was many different people driving around that night. How did you pinpoint this one car? There were headlights.
Guys, I got to interrupt here real quick and make a correction to what we were discussing moments ago before we get too far along. And that is Payne's testimony ended on page 37. 37 page through 84 is the testimony of Riley Nolan. So I just want to make that correction. That is not Payne's testimony. That is, again, Riley Nolan's that we were reading.
Isn't he some DNA guy?
She is the ISP.
Yeah, that's what I expect. That's what I was assuming when I was reading the small page.
So they were talking to her, not Payne.
Okay. Yeah, I didn't think that was Payne at all.
All right, so then right about there.
It made sense they were talking to a DNA person that handled
that. That's when they bring Riley Nolan in. Okay.
Yeah. Makes more sense that it would be her than it would be Payne being asked what item 30 was when you think about it, right?
That does make
and again,
sense.
I wasn't focusing on the speaker. My question all along had been,
the format of the question.
Do you guys think that cigarette butt still exists? Okay.
Yeah, well, I think that it would.
Yeah, I think that it would, since it's going to be just a random nobody.
Well, here's why.
Before tonight's discussion, when I was assuming, based on what I was reading, misreading, that
I'll be right back. Keep going.
I was assuming that it was the same person's DNA as what is on the handrail.
Right.
But I was wrong.
No, and I've done that myself. It's nice when you can get that sorted in your head and get it in the right direction, right?
Right.
That's the beauty of thinking, is being wrong isn't an issue. It's not hard. It doesn't bother me at all. It's nice to know that you're on the correct track. Your train is on the track. You haven't been derailed, but you're reading something and coming to an understanding, like a lot of people thought that, and we don't know for sure, but either that lawyer that they're talking about today, Mr. Roloff, or not Roloff, but the Fed, is either going to be a lead attorney or he's going to be there for jury selection. It's one or the other. But I was under the impression he was going to take over from Ashley Jennings. And that appears to be an inaccurate understanding of what's happening. So it's nice when you can get questions like that sorted in a straight line. And, because it helps you clear up what direction you're going to take this in, right? In your own head, what you're going to think or what you're going to conclude.
Yes.
Yeah, it's the most perplexing situation I've ever witnessed. I'm just flabbergasted that this is the gentleman they decided to go after on evidence that's just so weak. And I'm still offended that you would go into a home the way they went in to investigate the King Road home, and the equipment and dressed the way they were, and they're their prosecutorial evidence that they produce is the most minuscule, microscopic piece of evidence anybody could ever even imagine to bring into a courtroom. And they did it all dressed like they were walking to 7-Eleven on a daily basis. There was just nothing done to protect that crime scene from contamination. Nothing. Until later on, until maybe a day later or the next day, did you see people in professional evidence collection outfits, right? I don't even know, man. That's like doing an oil change on a car and not having any oil. Drain it, and you don't have no oil to put back in it. I mean, at that point, the engine's damaged. Oh, I can only imagine why, right? I think there's so many holes in this case, Eddie, that it's just it's almost an insult to basic intelligence.
That's right. Yet
right?
something tells me that they'll get their conviction.
Yeah, I honestly, like I said, I've been in my own personal representation being told by top previous prosecutors that there's no way this case was going to do anything, that I better take a plea deal or I'm going to go to jail. And fuck you. And that's what I say to a lot of people. When's the last time you read a book? Right? That's an indication of basic intelligence. I don't care if it's a recreational book, but when's the last time you read a book, folks?
Yeah, people don't read books anymore.
Right? The answer to the law, okay, land, air, and water, just so people know. That's why I have an issue with the New Jersey law. They call it law, like harsh reality. He calls it law. It's not law. It's land, air, and water. It's law. Okay? But yeah, reading a book. I literally had a real estate attorney.
Thanks, Cass.
Get sworn as my defense attorney in a criminal charge. And the he didn't know anything about crime, but he gave me access to his law library because he was attached to a criminal law office. Mm-hmm. And I went and researched and produced the data for a motion to be written. And that motion carried the day, and I won the criminal charge because it was a ridiculous charge. I shouldn't even have been arrested. But anyway, the law is all about books. It's all about existing case law. It's all about precedent, and it's not that complicated. That's why I was so offended by the probable cause affidavit. You really shouldn't have that kind of my experience that they turn their phones off. That's a fair assessment, Mr. Officer, but you're talking about Brian Koberger, who isn't a convicted felon or even a convicted criminal. So whether he turned his phone on or off isn't indicative of any untoward behavior, even if he turned his phone off. You're talking about an American citizen that's a teacher's assistant at a local college, not some guy like me. If you made the assessment that it was me to turn my phone off, that holds water because I have a previous history of criminal behavior. You can look at me through that lens. I invite you to, but not somebody like Eddie or Dago. You guys never committed, and I don't care if you did. We'll just go with the idea. You never committed a crime. So why is my opinion of what criminals do to mask their behavior? Why would I apply that to either of you?
Right.
That's not correct. That's what drove me nuts with that affidavit.
Oh, I know.
Nothing put Koberger at that house. It was all exculpatory.
Nope. And that's when everybody turned and said, well, when the car comes out, we'll get it. We'll know that car's a Petri dish. It's coming down the road, and didn't happen.
Yeah. And it was cleaner.
I don't know how much longer you're going this evening, Dago, but
I'm about to set it down here in a minute. But go ahead, bud.
Okay. And it kind of goes along with your thumbnail. When we first began the live stream, Musical Contessa was talking about the Banfield.
Yeah. The fourth person. Yes.
Did you get a chance to watch that video? It's a short one. It's not the entire Banfield video. It's just a small portion of it, and it's looking at the Banfield incident through a new lens, so to speak.
Who put it out? Do you know?
Yeah, I think it's Criminal Confidential. And I watched it. Sarge, did you get a chance to watch it? Do you know offhand? Does it refresh? Does it ring a bell?
Not at all. But go ahead. I'll listen to it. As long as you're presenting, I'll give it some.
You're talking about the one.
It'll only take, I think, a couple minutes.
The
maybe 4 at the most.
The one that Lake Campbell lied about his name on.
Saeed, you mean?
Well, yeah, we'll go with that. But yeah.
Yeah, it's what it's kind of doing is it's like, given what we know now, all the information that has been coming out in our understanding of the entire case and the situation,
Right.
and looking at the Banfield incident, specifically this Saeed character and what that might mean today, is very interesting.
Sure, absolutely. The guy that's got the bushiest eyebrows out of everybody we've seen.
JLR.
I think he had the original video and she just cut it and used it for her, what she was doing.
That's
Okay.
right. Yep.
Yeah, that's fine. All right,
So-
let's see what we got here.
Yeah, this is worth a watch.
All
This
right.
is a good one to end with.
Let me know how the audio is, guys. If there's any problems, please.
You got your ID on you?
I don't.
Okay.
Yeah.
I'm going to grab your info just because you got beer and you're walking around with it.
No, it's closed.
Okay.
Sorry.
No, you're good.
I live like right there. I'll take it back if you need.
No, we're just doing alcohol enforcement and running around with beer across the street.
No worries. Sorry about that.
You're good. What's your last name?
CHI
CHI
KH
KH.
space.
Yep.
ALI.
ALI.
Yep.
Okay. First name?
Said, SAID, like you said.
AID. Middle initial?
I don't have one.
Okay.
He gave the officer the wrong name. His first name is spelled Saeed, not Said. Why would he lie?
Like,
How'd you pull that one off? That's an awesome birthday.
yeah, lucky birthday.
You got a driver's license?
I don't have it.
What? No, in general.
I do have one, yeah.
What state is it through?
Idaho.
Idaho? Okay. I'm just going to check if everything's good. Since they're not open, I'll let you hang on to them.
Okay.
So-
Will I get charged with anything?
No,
or-
no.
Okay. Appreciate
But
it.
it's just enough for me to stop, check, make sure you're 21,
No worries.
walking
Yeah,
around
I
here.
He lied about his birth date too. She said stop there. Did you hear it?
Yeah, I don't. That's why I don't get into all of these crazy videos.
Well, I get it, but I know there was something in this, Sarge, because this was brought up before. Hold on, I'm gonna hit that one more time.
What? No, in general.
I do have one, yeah.
What state is it through?
Idaho.
Idaho? Okay. I'm just going to check if everything's good. Since they're not open, I'll let you hang on to them.
Okay.
So-
Will I get charged with anything?
No,
or-
no.
Okay. Appreciate
But
it.
it's just enough for me to stop, check, make sure you're 21,
No worries.
walking
Yeah,
around
I
here
get
in
it.
public.
Alrighty.
Moscow 77, check one. What's that?
Am I going to take off? Or?
No, let me run this through dispatch, make sure you're actually 21 and give me a fake birthday or anything. Gonna be a two-part last. Charles Henry Ida, King Henry, space, Adam Lincoln Ida. First of Said, Sam Ida. Correction, Sam Adam Ida, David. No middle. 2001, North Idaho. Well, yeah.
I won't lie to you. That's funny.
Yeah, that's the
Oh, that's
Yeah,
true.
this is why I can't stand these videos. Huh?
I know, I get it. I
No,
know
it's
it's the thing. I get it.
it's so unfounded and so irrelevant to what we're actually looking at in the court hearings that
But it is interesting in the
to solve
fact
the
that
crime with your cell phone is insanity.
well, yeah. Well, it's interesting in the fact that it was lied, and how did he get the right information back with the wrong information given? So
Yeah.
that is interesting.
And with the release of
think that's
the timings of the the text messages and all that,
This is 2:56 a.m. So yeah, I got you.
first one I've seen.
Yeah.
One.
How could his info check out if he gave the officer the wrong spelling? This
Of
would
his first name, it would actually his last name would be what was counted on, and the
Last
officer.
name, yeah, that's what I would
Yeah.
think too. But
Yeah.
oh,
But considering this is right across from the crime scene, right after Maddie makes her last phone call to Jack D, and then Dylan, it could be important. After Kaylee and Maddie stop calling Jack D at 2:52, Maddie calls Bethany and is never heard from again. Why wasn't Bethany answering phone calls? Only text messages.
So if that comes back good. Yeah, you're free to go. Are these your boys?
No, I don't know them.
Okay.
Thank you.
Another lie. He says he doesn't know the 3 student who was stopped by the other officer. But they are all members of the same fraternity. What's up with all the lying? People don't lie without a good reason. What's his reason? Soon after this interaction with MPD, 3 of these young men were nominated for high-ranking positions in their fraternity. Coincidence or reward?
Yeah, that's why I don't like this stuff. This is how people brainwash you and get you to believe rather than think. The relevancy to these gentlemen's connection to this
Besides
crime,
Brand or Graham?
there's no
What else
evidence to
could he
support
mean?
it. None.
Comment down below and let me know what you think. Thanks
That's
for
the-
watching.
To me, that kind of stream is why the mainstream media still exists, because you're getting the same thing from streamers that you get from these idiots on the TV.
I agree with you to an extent on that stuff, Sarge. Some of it's interesting when you do find something that you thought was one thing and that ended up being something else. I say that.
Yeah, but Eddie's dealing with factual information released in documented testimony, where what this person is doing is they're continuing to condition the human mind to not think. You think you're thinking because you're coming to the conclusion these kids might have been involved.
Mm-hmm.
And that's not fair. It's inaccurate and it isn't thinking. This person is leading you to this conclusion and you're not even realizing that.
I understand.
That isn't how, and I'm not saying it to you. I want the general audience to understand why I disagree with these kinds of streamers.
Sure.
I have complete respect for Eddie and Eddie's point of views based on the facts that we've discussed that are directly related to this case.
Absolutely.
He's not bringing up what happened. Now, this video, I agree with you. I mean, you could consider it interesting and it's safe for a good thinker to look at, but to me, it adds no value to my life, to my existence, to this case,
right,
or to anything. See, and I'd rather avoid stuff like that.
And you did.
See, like Leslie and Billy, a lot of people have a problem with my point of view on stuff like this, but I never bring anything from the outside. When I talk about Dylan, it's only in connection to the actual evidence in the crime scene that we can confirm. She could be as innocent as the driven snow, but some of this evidence that I point to, and even Eddie's discussion with the DNA and the questions, Eddie isn't bringing up an unknown sample no one's ever heard about or showing you videos of something completely unreal, something that happened that night. That what the hell? What do we care what Saeed did? That's kind of my position on that.
People approach these cases in different ways. Sarge has his way. I have mine. Eddie has his. And it's okay to have different variations of how you look at things. But I get what he's saying because it takes you away from the actual factual pieces of information that we're referring to. And it takes us into another realm with this stuff again. Because we spend a lot of time
down the path of trying to solve a crime with your cell phone or your computer.
Right.
And we're never going to really know what happened unless Kohlberger stands up and says, I did it, and I did it with these 3 people, or I did it alone. We're never really going to know. And it sucks not to know. But I'd rather accept reality than to try to look at this video and suggest that these 3 or 4 guys, so he lied. I mean, that may be what you do. You don't want to, you're alone and there's 3 other guys that get stopped later. You don't want to make a connection between you and them 3, especially if you didn't know what they were doing. I don't think it's unusual what this kid did. It's just what kids do.
Well,
they're committing crimes. Listen, Dago, they're doing drugs. They're drinking. They might be having sex with 17-year-olds. We all were that age, folks.
I was going to say, yeah, most kids this age, especially if you're being stopped by the police, they will tell
Why
lies.
would they lie? Why would this kid lie? Why would he spell his name? Who cares?
Oh, well,
What's that got to do with the accusations against Brian Kohlberger?
Right. It was interesting in that sense because I'll say this, it was looked at and analyzed in a lot of ways, trying to figure out who have been involved, and there's that. So I get that, but like I said, back at that age, I lied about
shit. Let me ask Eddie, what do you find interesting about that particular clip? Don't worry, I won't jump on you. You might have loved it and it may have given you valuable information. I just refuse to accept
No, just as something interesting to discuss,
Yeah.
Oh, okay. Well, that's what we're doing.
Was your conclusion that I'm like
No, no conclusion about you at all, Eddie. I mentioned you as I was giving you what I see. When I see streams like that,
I pretty much echoed your same, thoughts, what you just said. The other night we were watching one where they were filtering out sounds from the 911 call and then adding like, okay, right there in the background, they're whispering this. And the person is adding what they think they're hearing. And also they're putting text on the screen. And it's my reaction to that was the same as what your reaction to this is.
It's worthless.
That
right?
is counterproductive. We can't do that. I mean, sure, if you have a way to filter out the noise and then something in the background becomes audible, you wouldn't have to. I would, if that was the case,
See.
if you could hear something in the background, then I wouldn't have to tell you, Sarge, what you're hearing. You would hear it
Correct.
for yourself. So,
Here.
yeah, I agree with you. But these two things are kind of apples and oranges. All this is a Banfield which has existed, and it's a different way of looking at it. That's all.
And that's
It's a little extreme to say, that's why mainstream media exists. I mean, are you saying that mainstream media is not editorializing and it's actually entirely fact, like the days of
what's
Walter
happening here.
Cronkite?
I'll break it down real simple.
Mainstream media is the worst. It is just
the mainstream media
editorializing.
Is doing exactly what these people are doing, in that they're giving you a context to believe in. They're telling you what to expect. They're telling you who's guilty. They're telling you what was done and how it was done. And then they're supporting it with bullshit fucking statements or bullshit evidence. And, or in this case, they're trying to drive you to a conclusion that these kids have something to do with that crime because he lied to the police, spelled his name wrong, and he is connected to those other three kids. In other words, they're trying to build a narrative and a connection around these three. They're telling you how to think, what to think, and what to hear and see. That's exactly what the mainstream media does. In that context, Eddie, I don't believe anybody can contradict that point of view.
And that is true.
And that's why these videos are so damaging to the general public. Because even if these kids did kill them, until evidence supports that accusation, until evidence can place them at the scene of the crime, you need to leave these people alone or go get an investigator's license and prove it yourself. But to just keep disseminating this kind of nonsense, is damaging to the psyche of people that are out here watching it.
Is it actually nonsense if it is true that he gave a different spelling of the actual spelling of his name? Is that nonsense?
Yeah, it is nonsense, because to be very honest with you, Eddie, it means nothing.
Your reaction to it is a little extreme. That's my, I guess, only observation.
It is extreme. I'll tell you why it's extreme. Because of the thousands and thousands of hours I've put into researching many different things, not just this case. You find yourself surrounded by these narrative creators, by these Tommy Jews that tell you Ethan was peed on by four men, by the bubbly waters that tell you to hear this, by videos like that hear a scream. Do you know how many screams you're going to hear on a Saturday night in a college town?
Mm-hmm.
Are they all related to that one particular crime?
No.
Yet they want to lead you down this path to impugn these young men, where there is no connection between them and the crime as far as we can prove. So therefore, in my opinion, you're just causing a distraction that need not be out there. I don't care what color cars were driving.
Well, let's be fair, though. You are interjecting your thoughts into the prosecutor, and you're saying that you think that they're doing this as a result of this, and it's your belief, it's your own opinion, and you're
not a belief. It's my interpretation of the facts that they're giving us on this case. When they show me photos of a car in that neighborhood, my interpretation of that data is that that's not relevant to show Brian Koberger's presence. When I see a footprint coming out of a girl's room, I see blood on a handrail that she's admitted to going from the second to first floor that night and staying downstairs. When I see incomplete text messages, when I see a woman telling the police this crazy story about her drinking, how she doesn't know what's going on, when I see all of that directly connected to the building of the crime, yes, Eddie, I do make conclusions. And I give the latitude that I could be wrong, but these latitudes aren't something from 2 miles away or 300 feet away or somebody at a grub truck. See, what I'm doing is nothing like what these other folks are doing. I'm taking like you took. You asked for clarification on the DNA statements, right? And you were like, cool, now I see it. I didn't see it that way. So what I'm saying is you're doing mostly, if not all of what I'm doing. You're taking data that pertains to the case and trying to understand it, right? Part of your understanding includes direct corruption from the officials. And I can't argue against that. But I can say that bringing up Saeed with bushy eyebrows, spelling his name wrong, has got as much to do with this crime scene as the moon. There's no evidence connecting the kid. And what this streamer is trying to do, and many of these streamers are trying to drive that connection in people's head. And they pretend what they're doing is critical thinking. You're asking for clarification is critical thinking, Ed. Your understanding of everything in totality is corruption, is part of your critical thinking process. You're not bringing in who Adam was in that conversation to make this conclusion of corruption. You're sticking with the crime scene. So what we're doing, and specifically what I'm doing, even though it includes coming up with ideas of what would make sense of the stuff that we're looking at, sticks with the crime scene, sticks with the crime. There's no outside connections here.
I got to agree. Rach just said, I think Sarge has seen more speculative videos that may be a bit of a trigger. And I know he has, because we've talked about the ridiculousness of them. They were way worse than that. And it has caused a lot of us to see that stuff and go,
remember the Linda Lane and how we had almost a falling out over that day. What did I say about Linda Lane? It was distraction. That's not going to be part of this court case.
And after I spent 3 days on it, I agreed with him. It really was. So
And how many years did people spend on Linda Lane?
A lot. They still do.
2 years.
And then all that crazy stuff came out of it too. So I agree.
Yeah.
That's that video, those videos in themselves is what has triggered people to feel that way about this. Because
it's not even triggered. It's I have a passion for sticking with the data that can be verifiable, right?
Sure.
And I can't connect C. Can you connect Seed or any of those young kids to the case? And I think you'll comfortably, Eddie, you'll say no.
No.
And I've seen nothing to connect them. And why is this person putting on a video to make that connection?
That was never my, I'm not trying to connect him to the case.
I know you're not. I know you're not.
Absolutely not.
I know you're not. And this is what I'm saying. Videos and streamers like that don't add to what
happened with this case is when this case came out, we all know this. We've been here for 2.5 years now. Multiple channels appeared. Or if they weren't, they created channels. People created the channels in multiple channels in a day, okay, and started putting everything out that they were seeing. The Banfield, the damn grub truck that went on for 3 years per se, over exaggeration, of course, but just stared at it for days after days after days after days. Look at that! Look at this! Look at this! Look at that! And it was insane. That's where Sarge is coming from on that end of it. I know.
I agree. The grub truck has no relevance to this.
None at all. And I see both the sides on that. I agreed on that. 100%.
No, Eddie, I don't question, and I don't have any real serious disagreements with you as a person or as any discussion we've ever had. I just don't. I don't see us that far apart. I see us having a different perspective on some things, but their perspectives aren't like you're seeing blue and I'm seeing red. They're not that far apart. They're actually part and parcel of the same thing. You're seeing a much more intense and a much more direct involvement of corruption, where I'm looking at it as an overall systemic level of corruption that permeates many of our fucking police departments and our prosecuting. These prosecutors live on, I prosecuted 1,400 people, make me governor. Right? No, I don't want you to. How many people did you set free that you found were innocent? That would be an interesting statistic for a prosecutor to show me, but you're not going to get these guys to do that. They've been trained that winning a case means good. And that's what matters most. Winning the case, not the truth. I think we can agree on that, Eddie.
Absolutely.
And that's the tragedy of justice. And I'm suggesting that videos like that and streamers that do that have convinced viewers of those videos that that's critical thinking is a tragedy. Mm-hmm. It's a literal tragedy.
And there's a lot of people, like I said earlier before we started into that, is there's a lot of people that view these cases in different ways. Sarge has his way, based on factual this, that, and everything else. Eddie's the same. I do that too, but I am also, and don't condemn me, I do like to condemn you. I like to watch some of this other stuff because it is interesting, but I also have the ability to separate that from the real deal shit. Okay. Now, and I'm not saying
here. Look at your chat room where they said they found the bloody glove at the property. They found they found blood on a pair of gloves, right, plural, which means that kid that had one glove on is irrelevant because they found a pair of gloves, Wayne.
Pair of gloves, right.
Now let me just say, am I right in that, Eddie? It was a pair of gloves where there was a blood sample found, or was it a single glove?
Single glove.
Are you sure?
I'm pretty sure.
I thought that's what I read too, but then was later shown that it was a pair of gloves.
Well,
what is the source of that?
There were a couple different situations that came out with that. Remember that?
It's been tossed back and forth, but my final understanding of it was reds from something. and that it was a pair of gloves.
I haven't ever.
There was a
heard
pair of gloves
that,
found
so-
outside the sliding glass door with blood on them.
No, absolutely not. I don't know where you're getting that, but we'd need a receipt on that because they never said a location. It's just
Sure they did.
Where?
Well-
what is the source?
Wait a minute. Well,
Wasn't
hold on.
it in one?
I don't want this to get confused with what Chris McDonough did with the
No,
glove.
no, I'm not being confused with that. This is separate.
Okay.
There was a pair of gloves found outside the sliding glass door.
Just produce
In the area
source.
outside the sliding glass door with blood on them.
Where did you find that? Or
It
hear
was in a document. It was in one of the filings.
Well, there's
Okay.
a lot of documents. Which one?
I don't have the number available.
Yeah, I'm gonna have to figure it. We'll find it. Don't worry about it. We'll find it if it's there.
Yeah.
We'll find it. Not tonight, but
And
we'll
it may
find
listen, it may in fact be a glove. Listen, I'm not saying that I'm 100% right and you're all wrong. What I'm saying is what I remember in the description was a pair of gloves found outside of the sliding glass door with blood on it.
Okay.
Okay.
I'll look for it. I will definitely look for it. I'm writing it down to
Now-
dig for it.
There's someone up here saying that there was a kid that was out in public with one glove. Now, if that kid with one glove and there was one glove found at the crime scene, that kid should be eliminated by the process of an investigation.
Yeah.
So
I've
Wayne,
never-
I'm not saying that there's no value in any of these videos, but here's the thing. It doesn't appear that there was any look into anybody with a single glove that night, nor will there be a look of it. Right? And in all the documents that we're able to view that are being used to accuse Kohlberger, the only mention I'm familiar with is a pair of gloves found outside the sliding glass door with blood on them. And
Right,
it's got
right.
nothing to do with Chris McDonough by the garbage can out front. Nothing to do with his single glove that he found.
Yeah, my favorite uncle.
But this
That was
right.
debunked anyway. I just wanted to make sure
that is not part of the crime scene. This was found early December,
Yeah.
or early December. It was found, or early, right around the time of the crime scene investigation. It was discovered.
Okay. Pair of gloves with blood on them. I have to find it because I don't remember it
Yeah,
either.
you have to look.
Your homework, Sergeant, would be to provide us with your source on that. I haven't heard that.
I'm gonna look.
You never
for it.
heard about the pair of gloves out by the sliding glass door?
I didn't either, Sarge. And not to be, I if I did, I would, but I haven't either.
Have you heard about a glove with blood on it?
I did hear about a single glove. Yeah.
Okay, where do you think where do you think they found that?
Doesn't matter. They never said
don't even know.
specifically the location.
Yeah, they
it was
do.
just
Ann does.
outside. Huh?
Ann does an emotion, I think, when she's talking about the locations of other DNA. I think it was in a hearing that it was brought up, or it was in a document.
Okay, no big deal.
I haven't seen it then.
Yeah, I'll have to look, and it won't take me that long. I'll look for it, find it, and if I don't, then hold on.
I don't like Chris McDonough either. Yeah, go ahead and look. I'm in no rush. But look, again, I don't have an issue with being wrong.
Oh, I know.
But here's what I'm trying to say, folks, is when you look at the example of the video that he gave us, you all can see that they're leading you to think or come to a contextual conclusion of these kids' involvement in this crime. And there's nothing to support that other than
where just could you
do you know how long ago it was?
Say that again there, Dago.
Do you know how long ago you had heard that? Like, was it last year?
It was this year recently through all of these filings.
Okay, that's all I needed to know. Sorry.
Okay, Sarge, could you your
outside the black sliding door? There you go, Steve. Go ahead.
Your thought again? Could you say what? Could you just begin again your thought about what you were just talking about
with these videos that these streamers are making?
Oh, you're still talking about that?
No. What are you talking about? I'm asking you, what topic are you referring to?
The one that I interrupted you. What?
The gloves?
My mind was thinking about gloves, and then you were like 2 sentences into your thought, and I was lost in my mind about what you're talking about. So I asked you to start over.
Wayne is saying one glove. Wayne, you could be absolutely right that it was one glove. I remember that was what was stated came out when we found out about blood on the sheath, blood on a handrail, and blood on gloves outside the sliding glass door.
Okay, so
those three things were brought up together. Now, it may have been blood on a glove outside the sliding glass door. In that respect, you could be accurate. It may be glove in the backyard. But I remember, and sometimes my memory isn't perfect, but I have an extraordinarily strong memory.
Oh,
much better than most people. It's almost endemic.
Do you remember what? Oh, wait a minute. What was that? GL.
They never. Candy Girl saying they never referred to it as a pair. No, the reason it's being discussed is because Wayne is saying that one of those kids had on one glove, and I remember seeing an image of a kid with one glove, and it would be interesting to know if the glove and his hand size would be consistent with the one, if it was one, Wayne, with the one found at the crime scene. Right. That's something an investigator. How about the jacket that they threw back down at the fire hydrant? There's a lot of bullshit that these police have done. That doesn't mean that these items aren't part of the crime scene. The point that I try to make over and over again is we can't prove their presence at the crime scene or part of the crime scene. All we can deal with is the accusations and the documents that are being dealt with and the accusations against Brian. That's it. Right?
Gotcha. I don't remember which document that was in right now. What you were talking about, if it was all together.
Well, it was stated in and that's when we found out that there was blood on the sheath, blood on the handrail, and blood on gloves.
The handrail.
There was a pair of gloves found outside. There was blood on it, either on it or on them.
Do you remember which document the handrail was in by chance, Eddie?
Eddie's looking. I know he is because he's
got notes on everything. If he's got it,
yeah. Well, and again, this is Sergeant's argument. I don't know what he's talking about. I've never heard this. It could be the live hearing.
You never heard that there was blood on gloves or a glove?
No, and you keep saying its location, and I take exception to that. I have never heard that.
I've been saying it since it originally came out. If you remember, I was on your stream and I pointed it out because I said, look, if this guy did strip naked and run away, if that were Bethany's exculpatory evidence, that glove would make sense as being very important.
When you say originally, how long ago, are you saying?
Well,
during all of these,
what?
Ever since this case was unsealed, and maybe even a little before it, like the document where they're showing number 30, you know that to be the handrail. Right?
When the handrail came out, that's what I'm thinking. I can't remember.
That's when this came out.
So that was a month ago, roughly?
18 said blood was inside the glove. Okay, but other people are picking up what I'm saying. Now, I may be wrong in that it was only a single glove. I understood it to be a pair of gloves. And I understand there'd have been blood on a glove.
Okay. That's why I'm trying to find that document to see if it's in there, because I don't remember it either, but I didn't read through everything in every one of these because there's so much.
Yeah, I think even what's her name talked about it. I think Truth may have talked about it.
I think Annie brought something up about it too, but I don't remember the.
You know who would know is that Heather. What's her name there? Fitzgerald
Heather or Annie. Annie would know. Miss Potts, she knows all of this documents.
Yeah, Miss Potts would know too.
And I can't, for the life of me, remember when the handrail was released. Damn it. I'm burnt right now anyway, but listen, I'm going to look this up tomorrow or tonight and I'll find it and figure out exactly what it was. I just, right now I can't focus enough to be able to do that.
I'll look myself too.
One glove out front.
Listen, this glove, folks, was found before that guy ever showed up at the crime scene. The glove or gloves that I'm referring to were picked up by the police during the second sweep. This is not something that was found out front between garbage cans. No, it's got nothing to do with that dude's glove. This was found early in the investigation.
Okay.
It is not Chris M. It is not Chris M.
That was a different one altogether. Yeah, that was a whole different situation.
Yeah. And even Wayne agrees. Even Wayne agrees that there was a glove found. He's saying one glove, and he might be right.
I remember hearing that part too. Hold on a minute. Somebody emailed me something. Let me see. Hold on.
James Moen is right in what he's saying. Wayne, right or wrong, are you aware of you're calling it a glove? I'll accept your definition of a single glove. But are you not aware of a single glove being found with blood on it? Yes or no, Wayne?
Hold on. What is this? Wait a minute. To introduce evidence of blood from an unknown male that was found on a stairwell at the house where the students were killed as well as a glove found outside March 20th of 2025. Idaho murders. Well, yes, investigators found a glove with blood on it outside the home where the 4 students were killed, and defense lawyers have raised the issue
There you
of
go.
unknown male's blood DNA found on the glove. So it's a single glove.
There you go. So you're completely accurate. I was mistaken on gloves.
Which happens.
And also, just to be fair, also the location. They never said front, back,
They just said
side of the house,
outside.
anywhere.
Yeah, I was under the impression they said outside the sliding door.
And
Urban myth.
it happens. There's so much it happens all the time.
But here's now there may have been a reason why I concluded that, because they connected to the crime scene.
It could be. Thank you for
Oh
sending
no,
that.
you just read. What did you read, Dago?
An email that was sent to me about it from the New York Times, where they put it in there. Hold on, I'll go back to it again.
Who's to say which direction the murderers left the crime scene? I mean, that's an assumption on your part that they left through the back.
Well,
that's the assumption that we've been told that, right? So
if we go with the PCA,
who?
yeah, it was the PCA said that in the that he was heading in the direction of the rear slider when he was leaving the house. That's what we all
they concluded that after interviewing Dylan. Is it correct? We don't know.
Yes.
But let me just reply to Wayne here. Wayne, it's not that I discount it. It's that it has no relevance in the evidence that we've been shown. Okay? The fact that some kid had on one glove may be the most relevant piece of information that they're overlooking, but there's no way to confirm or deny it. It's something that's observed in one of these people's videos. But again, that doesn't make it part of the crime scene, and especially doesn't make it part of the crime scene because no investigator included it. So to see somebody with one glove and conclude that that's the other glove to the one that was left behind, how do you make that connection? It's a terrible coincidence. Is it connected? It might be. You might be right, but there's no way to support that. And as you're pointing out, Eddie, how do we know we don't know what door he left from? We just don't.
It just says that they found a single glove with blood on it outside the home where the students were killed. Now they're saying, that it raises issue of an unknown male's DNA. That's it. So we don't know. And I get what you're saying about thinking that it could have been from the suspect leaving. And in the PCA, because we were stuck to reading that like forever, we're led to believe that Dylan watched him walk past her heading towards the rear slider in the kitchen. That's the route and exit. So that's, I think, stuck in a lot of our minds.
Notice the effect. Notice how the repetition of something said can become a truth in your own mind. Notice how what's happening with this piece of information can.
It absolutely has, yes. And a lot of that happened to here.
Yes.
Absolutely. Right, and that's a problem that nobody can escape that. Most of our training is to believe or even to add to what we've heard. And that's just the way we are as human beings. There's nobody, I'm not impervious to it. We all have that. And so that's what's perfect about going back and clarifying something.
Right. Just so everybody knows, so that it doesn't go in another direction with the other thing. That dumb shit that Chris McDonald found was debunked well over a year ago. It was a joke. It's garbage. So please don't anybody think that was real, because it wasn't. That was his way of getting attention. That's all that was.
I suspect so.
All right. Well, I'm glad we figured that out.
Well, we got two pieces of data that are straight in two different people's heads. One is a glove for me, and one is B, male DNA B, and the secondary question about the cigarette butt.
Right. And yes, Bobby, that was true. I remember seeing that photograph early on. So that does fit.
What photograph?
Yeah.
An officer looking at a glove on the ground.
Was that by the garbage can from that one goofball?
I don't know if it was that or if it was, but it was he was standing there looking down near a garbage can. So it could have been that one too. Who knows?
It is worth looking into that, kid, Wayne. But again, that's something that it's not part of the case. And so as valid as that opinion is, how does that pertain to the evidence being proffered against Mr. Kohlberger? That's the catch-22 with all of that stuff. I'm not saying that there's no value. Like, some of these people may have actually solved the crime, whether they know it or not. Right? I mean, with all the guessing and all the theorizing, somebody may have actually come up with the answer, but how do we verify it?
Right.
And is there any value Because if you can come to like I'm saying, there's so many people in all of these theories connected all of these dots to all of these different people. It's like somebody's got to have it right. Just the law of averages might say that.
Sure.
But who and how do we prove it? We can't. So why waste our time going down those roads?
For what it's worth, what I take a bigger exception to is like when we're talking about shower curtains and we're talking about the backside of a K-bar knife used as a hammer. The damage that does, because like we just witnessed, a lie told often enough becomes the truth.
Mm-hmm.
Right.
Oh yeah, that's your buddy Jeff puts that stuff out there, Sarge.
Yeah, I didn't want to mention his name and give him any accreditation. But
I know. I'm sorry.
And then the shower curtain. Brian standing in front of a curtain with a selfie that proves he committed the crime.
Yes, I know. And he's got red hair, red blood in his hair, and he's just Jesus Christ. That shit. Oh my God.
No, Wayne, you're right. The jacket should have been investigated too.
Well, see, I heard. Am I wrong? You can correct me, but I heard that the jacket was looked into and it had nothing to do with this.
I never heard that because the cops picked it up, went through the pockets, and threw it back down on the grass.
Threw it back down, but yeah. Well, it could be. It could be. Like I said, we've had so much bullshit with this that who knows.
Let me just add my thoughts to this Saeed stuff. In reality, in a real investigation, because of their vicinity, because they might have witnessed something that was relevant to the events of that night, they should have been questioned, interviewed after the homicides.
Yeah, they should have went back to
purpose alone.
I agree.
So for no other reason, all those Banfield kids, to include the ones that are unidentified that were running, a good detective would know the identity of them.
Can I say that I suspect that to say that they didn't do that isn't factual?
Well, we don't know if they did.
We know that they interviewed hundreds of suspects or potential suspects, and they had tips.
So right, it is not factual.
Right.
But if you were to go with what we've been told by this Dave,
right,
then he claims that they were not interviewed. Now he's speaking specifically of
who said this?
The three
Dave interview.
Yeah, Dave
said there was a lot of people that weren't interviewed that should have been. That, like, a lot of people didn't. They claimed they had over 400 witnesses they talked to, but there's other people saying that there were so many other people that should have been talked to. And Sarge, because they didn't even separate the roommates or anybody else at the scene from anybody else. They let everybody go together away and didn't stop or do any of that. So yeah, there's a lot of that happened throughout this whole thing.
There's a couple of things in their favor though that suggests that they would have asked these people questions, and I'll give you 2 points. One is the surreptitiously picking up the cigarette butt, and the other is tracking one of the 4 brothers down for what Othram thought might be a possible lead, and approaching them to see if they would give DNA to exclude them, and them telling them basically to go F themselves.
Yeah, he denied it, right?
So what I'm pointing to is that there are some events that show police work was being done. Now, the extent of it can be debated, but we don't know, and we may never know. Hopefully, we'll learn at trial. So to exclude these kids from being questioned at all, I think is unfair.
Well, I will say one more thing that I kind of saw that in chat, and it reminded me. We do know, and you know this too, because you mentioned it before, most of these kids all left for the holiday and went home for Thanksgiving after this investigation, or right after this happened. Right. So I feel that there's a bunch of people that maybe were just kind of like slipped off, per se, that should have been talked to. And I have to say that I feel that's a problem. But I don't know who wasn't talked to or who was for sure. But I bet you there's a good gob of kids that just left and never talked to anybody. So that's a problem I see in itself. I feel.
I agree. Even Steve Gonclave said that in the beginning, right?
Right. Yeah.
People were excluded too quickly.
Very quickly.
Right. And now we're looking at a guy that had on one glove, and they found one glove with blood on it. Right. So that's
Exactly.
overlooked. The jacket, as far as we can tell now, that was overlooked.
Yeah,
And
it did look like the jacket that Maddie was wearing, but that jacket had been found in Maddie's room, so therefore that was discounted as not being her jacket. That's what I remember hearing about that whole situation. So,
right, and it's so coincidental. How could that not be connected to the girl that was wearing a jacket just like it? I can see how hard it is to not accept that to be. I mean, but even if it is true, I don't know how that debates the evidence that's being argued about in court. Do you follow me? I mean, if she wants to place that or put that together with an alternative suspect theory, which is one of the defenses that they're trying to make sure they can do, then a lot of what you folks are saying may become part of their argument that Brian wasn't the one that did it and that these people weren't investigated. You may find some of these streamers that have put some of this stuff out. You may find some of that information in court. But to me, until you see it being connected to the case, it has, what's going on in my city has nothing to do with Idaho. There's that much distance between them.
I get it. Makes sense. I understand. Right. I know where you're coming from. I can see where both you guys are at on this, and anybody else too, because I feel the same way in both aspects. So, but that being said, I gotta be out of here. I gotta go. But I appreciate Eddie and Diane and Sarge. Always good conversation.
Thanks for having.
Yeah,
always both of you. I love these conversations because I think that it helps. First off, it works out my brain, and I love that. And secondly, I think it helps us to figure things out that we may not understand on a regular basis, and that's
it clarifies something that I was unclear on for sure.
Yeah, I learned two different things tonight that I didn't know of, so that's well, I wasn't sure of, so I learned and clarified. So I agree with you guys.
I was fairly sure of what I thought, so it's nice to be corrected.
It happens. Always happens.
No. That's the seeking of knowledge is to find yourself where you're inaccurate or your understanding is off fucking wall, and here's the truth, and then people give it to you freely. It's nice.
Yes, agreed. Absolutely.
Thanks again, Dale. Nice talking to you, Sergeant.
Good talking to you.
Both you guys, I appreciate you both very much. It's always an honor to have you guys here, and anybody else that chooses it. It was nice to meet you, Diane, and I loved hearing what you had to say as well. Everybody in chat, as always, you guys know the deal. I appreciate your guys' input as well. And I appreciate everybody just being here, supporting the channel. Thank you to the Blue Crew for being here, as always. Couldn't do it without you guys. Anybody that dropped any super chats or super stickers, thank you so very much. And or anybody that donated and supported the channel by Venmo, PayPal, or Cash App. As always, again, never ever do we expect it, but we do greatly appreciate it. It helps keep me going. That being said, guys, don't forget to love yourselves, love each other. Don't change nothing. You're the beautiful people, and I will see you all very soon. Good night. Bye-bye, everybody.
Down the shadows, bringing wrongs to right, digging deep in the data facts, sharp as a knife. With every single story, he's fighting for a life. A voice for the voiceless, he won't stay quiet. Daniel's got the fire igniting the fight. True crime revelation shining through the night. With every victim story, he pulls at the strings. A hero in the darkness, hear the truth he brings. Through the shadows he rises, streaming loud and clear. Cracking cases, open hearts filled with fear. His channel's a beacon in a world gone wrong. He guides us through the chaos, a soldier so strong. The clicks and the lights, they follow his lead. With every new case, he plants a new seed. Sharing their stories, giving hope where it fades. Daniel's a warrior through the trials he waits. In a world of silence, he shouts out their names. Daniel's got the fire igniting the fight. True crime revelation shining through the night. With every victim story, he pulls at the strings. A hero in the darkness, hear the truth he brings. From the shadows you rise, streaming loud and clear. True crime revelation shining through the night. With every victim story, he pulls at the strings. A hero in the darkness, hear the truth he brings. Diego's got the fire igniting the fight. True crime revelation shining through the night. With every victim story he pulls at the strings.